So, welcome to you all. Second day webinar. We started yesterday with the biographical nosodes, and today we will talk about the intercurrent remedies. There was a question about the intercurrent remedies, and we will talk about organ remedies. We go through a lot of materia medica, and I will show you how to read it and how to interpret it. First of all, I will briefly give an overview of what we talked about yesterday. Go to the whiteboard. So, first of all, we had the intercurrent remedies. So, I will show you a few spots later where we can find it in the organon. Then we had the nosodes for the curing the inherited tendencies. So, like psorinum, syphilinum, medorinum, tuberculinum, carcinosin. So nosodes. Then we got the biographical nosodes. So, constitutional remedies. Constitutional remedies. So, being mineral. Acute remedies. Being plant, primarily plant and animal. Acute remedies. And now, today, we are talking about organ remedies. Primarily plant remedies and mother tincture. We have mother tinctures. So, when we prescribe a nosode, we work far back in the history of the patient. The inheritance. Intercurrent remedies are remedies to stir up the patient's energy, to create energy, to create a reactive power. Biographical nosodes are the nosodes made from the disease stuff where the patient himself or herself has suffered from, has gone through this disease, and was incapable of creating immunity. The minerals are the antisorics. So this is constitutional remedy. Antisoric. The famous antisorics. Acute remedies, plant and animal remedies. And then, on the other hand, if there is a severe pathology, so severe pathology, so material, organ, material, we might make use of organ remedies. So this is all dynamic. So we need potencies. And it's going towards organ disruption, organ disturbance, and eventually organ remedies. And we could make the remark tissue salts. Also, but it's not a topic for today, tissue salts. So nowadays we have a lot of patients who suffer from severe organ disease or tissue disease like cancer or any other, then we come more and more in this area. We can very often cannot do without, and we also need the nosodes and sometimes the biographical nosodes. So this is a brief overview about the different remedy groups and their indication. And it's all related to Hahnemann's classification of disease. Classification of disease. Meaning constitutional, biographical, acute miasmatic, epidemic, iatrogen, inherited, syphilis, psychosis. So this is a little flower I made as an example. The petals are according to the different remedy groups and which we have to use, and already Hahnemann used to cure the different disease forms. It might come to you as a shock or as totally new approach, but I will show you that it has been there for 200 years. So, as a matter of fact, nothing new. Now I will go into the intercurrent remedies and show you a few remarks of Hahnemann about the intercurrent remedies and in what indication, what situation you have to use them. So, the intercurrent remedies is a little PowerPoint of mine, and we will just go to the notes of highlights of Hahnemann. Okay, so chronic diseases, page 128. Nevertheless, in very tedious and complex cases, which are mostly such as have been mismanaged by allopathic treatment, so iatrogenic disease, it is nearly always necessary to give again from time to time during the treatment a dose of sulfur or hepasulfur according to the symptoms, even to patients who have been before dosed with large allopathic doses of sulfur and with sulfur bath, but then only after a previous dose of mercury. So every patient, nearly always, and this was already 1828, so, and Hahnemann still had 14, 15 years ahead. He used centesimal potency, so infrequent dose at that particular moment in time. And yet, it's always necessary, nearly always necessary to give from time to time during the treatment a dose of sulfur, hepasulfurous, according to the symptoms. And nevertheless, chronic diseases, page 128 also, a moment. Nevertheless, it is in such a case often serviceable in answer to a slight change of symptoms to interpose between the dose of pure sulfur a small dose of hepasulfurous calcarea. So even the intercurrent remedies you can interpose if the patient does not respond well. This should also be given in various potencies if several doses should be needed from time to time. Often also according to the circumstances, so not to the constitutional symptoms or the endogenous symptoms, but to the circumstances, external influences, we need a dose of nux vomica or one of mercury may be used in between. So in between the use of sulfur or constitutional treatment, any other mineral remedy. See? Epidemic and sporadic fevers, so chronic disease, page 134, as well as in miasmatic acute diseases. So you see, he is talking about diseases, Hahnemann treated diseases, epidemic and sporadic fevers. Therefore, as well as in the miasmatic acute diseases, if they do not soon terminate, if they are not healed quickly enough, and pass directly over into good health, even when the epidemic and the acute miasmatic part has found a homeopathic specific. So epidemic, acute miasmatic have found a homeopathic specific which has been rightly used upon them, often need antipsoric assistance, which I have usually found in sulfur. So you assist the patient in his reactive power to the different disease forms. See? Chronic diseases, page 132. It's about epidemic intermittent fever, so epidemic diseases, infectious diseases. The physician is most safe in giving every time an attenuate dose of sulfur, or in appropriate cases hyposulfuris in a fine little pellet, or by means of smelling, so the olfaction, which has not been introduced worldwide, but Hahnemann was fond of smelling those, and waiting its effects for a few days. Therefore, an attenuated dose of sulfur or hyposulfur is necessary at the beginning of every treatment of an epidemic intermittent fever and makes the restoration of the patient more sure and easy. So if you treat a patient for an epidemic fever, or even also a chronic disease where there is a lack of reaction, if you prescribe a dose of sulfur or hyposulfur or calcarea carboveg or carboanimalis, it makes the restoration of the patient much more sure and easy. And reminder that Hahnemann in those days only used centesimal potency, so infrequent, and still first a dose of sulfur and then another remedy, the indicated remedy. So what are the indications for remedies like sulfur, hyposulfurs? What are the indications to if you would want to decide which remedy as an intercurrent remedy to start the treatment with? So we first have the main intercurrent remedies for lack of reaction during antipsoric treatment are sulfur, hyposulfur, carboveg, carboanimalis, and sulfur. So the indication is lack of reaction to well-selected remedy, which is a psoric point, psoric theme. Psoric ancestry, so meaning skin eruptions, bronchitis, chronic diseases which develop in a slow pace. Maybe warm-blooded and easy suffers from lack of vital heat, so chilly people. Eczema, possibly suppressed. Use of cortisones, use of antibiotics. Never been well since chest trouble, so the patient catches a cold, it becomes a bronchial problem, and the patient is suffering from chronic cough and bronchitis. History of frequent inflammations, lungs, sinuses, colds, mostly mucous membranes. So vaccinosis, so ailments after vaccination. Abuse of alcohol and stimulants. And also when there is a tubercular infection in the background. So in the history of tubercular infection, also inherited, when the ancestry suffered from, patients in the ancestry suffered from tuberculosis. So we give sulfur and then tuberculinum, for instance. Sulfur and cifolinum. Sulfur and psorinum. Complaints are continually relapsing. When the following remedies do not respond well, we got an amount of remedies, also the nosodes like psorinum, tuberculinum, medorinum. So when there is lack of reaction and we have no specific characteristic symptoms, it's a the whole history is one of lack of reaction, no characteristic symptoms. There's an infectious situation in the background, inflammation, and slow development of chronic diseases, chilly, then warm, then chilly. Sometimes you find sulfur symptoms, chilly, and even when in bed, then the skin becomes itchy and putting the feet which burn out of bed. So these kind of things that make us think of sulfur. So it's important then to use sulfur in the lowest potency. So if you combine, if you give sulfur or any intercurrent remedy preceding the nosode, then take care that the sulfur, the intercurrent remedy, is lower in potency than the following nosode or the following acute remedy, so that the energy produced by sulfur can be taken up without aggravation by the following remedy. Sulfur is only, the indication is only to stimulate the vital force. This is what we see here. So use of cortisone, suppression, antibiotic suppression, lack of reaction, bronchial cold, getting in, etc. So the second remedy, it's somewhat similar to sulfur, is lack of reaction in primarily psychotic patients. So cold-blooded people, mainly a psychotic background, family history of venereal disease, family history of adoption, so or in orphans, in adopted children, or suspicion of venereal diseases, psychotic behavior, excess, warts, polyps. If we see that and the patient has let the warts been treated by the domestic physician, by the general practitioner, the warts, abscesses, fissures, this is an indication. And then most certainly if they have been taken, if they have been present in the history of the patient and been treated allopathically. So history of inflammation, fistula, abscesses, fissures, etc. This is not sulfur, this is HEPA-sulfur. Pus-forming inflammations, meaning it's an indication that HEPA-sulfur is a remedy, the intercurrent remedy is best preceding remedies like nosodes, like medorinum or pyrogen. Suppuration of glands. So the theme of suppuration is one of HEPA-sulfuris. Complaints after vaccinosis or syphilis. So if we look at HEPA-sulfur, the immediate complementary nosodes are medorinum and syphilinum. So the venereal diseases, the venereal nosodes made from the venereal disease. This is, sulfur is more soric in background. Carbovegetabilis is soric in background. So complementary to sorinum. Carboanimalis is more carcinogenic. So it's not black and white, but primarily HEPA-sulfur has a great connection with the psychotic syphilitic tendency. So abuse of mercury and repeatedly catching cold. So this is what we see also with sulfur. Every intercurrent remedy can have that as a sign of lack of reaction. And beside medorinum and syphilinum, we also think of tuberculinum as an important nosode, and sorinum with a weakness and sensitiveness for infections. In patients who are discontented and easily irritated, so mostly HEPA-sulfurous patients who are in need of HEPA-sulfurous are very lean and very mostly emaciated. So the following, the complementary remedies, as a matter of fact, every remedy indicated can have a complementary effect. The effect we see in the application of central potencies is complementary or inimical or follows well. This relationship of complementary follows well and antidote and inimical, you can forget when you use the Q potencies or the LM potencies, then they are always complementary. They are soft, follow each other without complications. So if you use Q potencies, LM potencies, you can use causticum and phosphorus and sepia and lachesis after one another. You do not have to use an intercurrent remedy in between. There where if you use centesimal potencies, inimical reaction might occur. This never occurs with the application of the Q potencies. So hypersulfurous, more chilly, more lean, emaciated, more irritable, with a history of abscesses, sinusitis, fissures, cold-blooded, psychotic background, syphilitic background. This is very much like hypersulfurous. Sulfur, much more psoric, slow, sinusitis, skin eruption, itching, constitutional eczema, eczema in bends of joints and the hollow of knee and the elbow, etc. So this is quite objective symptoms, not subjective, not characteristic, but they give us a picture of more superficial picture of the disease in the history. So the biographical procedures over years, and then you can make a distinction. Let's give sulfur or hypersulfur. There's no problem because it's not a constitutional remedy. It's not meant to be a constitutional remedy. We saw with Hahnemann that you can also interpose between a certain period of sulfur, interpose a dose of hypersulfur in order to make the patient more reactive, more stimulate its natural reaction. So SORA hinders reaction. So if you use a homeopathic remedy over a longer period of time, then lack of reaction will occur. This procedure of lack of reaction we can call psoric. SORA is slowing down the economy of life, slowing down the reactive power. So to any remedy, if you give pulsatilla and you give pulsatilla over a longer period of time and solely pulsatilla, then lack of reaction will occur. If you give natrium muriaticum and you give natrium muriaticum over a period of time, it is like the constitutional, the vital force gets used to a similar impulse, to a similar stimulants, and lack of reaction occurs. So you need an intercurrent remedy to wake up the vital forces. Say, go, come on, react. And even this intercurrent remedy, like sulfur, if you use it for a longer period of time, stumbles across this phenomena of lack of reaction. And then you give one dose of hypersulfur, and you can continue with hypersulfurous, and then you can continue with sulfur again. So one dose or one or two doses or three doses of hypersulfur creates a situation where the patient will react again to the former indicated remedy. So even this lack of reaction, which is a very big phenomena in homeopathic treatment, is coped with by using the intercurrent remedy, but even the intercurrent remedy stumbles across the lack of reaction symptomatology. And then by changing it very briefly, give one or two or three doses of hypersulfur instead of sulfur, the patient will again start to react. So it's all about process, life process, it's disease process and healing process, and this process should be continued, and the continuance of this process is depending on the life's energy, on the vital force, and its capability of reacting to the indicated homeopathic remedies. And this is what we promote, what we stimulate by giving an intercurrent remedy. And it's not based on the typical constitutional symptoms of the patient. It's based on the history of how did the patient respond in the past in order to stimulate a better response to the homeopathic remedies that are indicated at this moment. So the next one is carbo-veg. Carbo-veg is lack of reaction. Charcoal is very much dead, is very much inreactive. So lack of reaction, cold-blooded, and it's the remedy for the elderly people. So there where hypersulfurous and sulfur are very powerful and can provoke an aggravation if in sensitive patients, if you don't do it right. This is hardly ever the case with the elderly people. In the elderly home, if you look at charcoal, carbo-veg, if you had a barbecue and the charcoal is gone out and it's cold again, you see all kinds of gray or whitish, grayish, black colors. And I always make this little joke, if you close your eyes and you go to the elderly home and you open your eyes, you see the same gray hair and black clothing and the same colors as are in the charcoal in your barbecue. So lack of reaction, carbo-veg looks a lot like arsenicum, and it promotes oxidation. So it's in the last stages of life or in the early beginning. We see carbo-veg also in asphyxia neonatorum, so children who had difficulty in breathing shortly after birth. And in the elderly, they could take carbo-vegetables during winter time once a day. You could go through the elderly home and take a dose of charcoal for every patient and give one every morning, and they didn't need a jab against influenza. It will make them more happy and more support their vitality, less chilly, and more resilient against all kind of viral infections. Grayish blue, cold-blooded people who crave fresh air. So at the end of life, stagnation of all vital functions. So this is stagnation. So if you give carbo-veg, the stagnation will be reversed, and there will be more vitality, more life energy. Like that, although alive. So this slowing down, this stiffness, this rigidness, this immovable, this fixed situation, stagnation, this is an indication to give carbo-veg. If you give sulfur to such a patient, something might aggravate, more or less explode, because it's too severely and the patient cannot cope with the amount of energy that is aroused, and therefore gets an aggravation. Not responding to the remedy or very insufficiently. So not responding or insufficiently, meaning it has a function as an intercurrent remedy. So it's a beautiful remedy preceding arsenicum. You give carbo-veg and let it follow by arsenicum. It supports in elderly or in severe diseases in the elderly with suffocative attacks and respiratory problems. It's a beautiful remedy to support the other indicated remedies. Continuously relapsing, it's a very common situation in all the intercurrent remedies. The aspect relapsing, lack of reaction, is meaning lack of reaction, or even nothing happens, so no reaction at all. You make a homeopathic anamnesis and you prescribe a homeopathic remedy, you are convinced this is the right remedy, and you prescribe it, and nothing happens. So this is a situation where we need carbofetch. From Hahnemann, we know that before every patient, or 85% of his patients, he started with 1 dose of sulfur. So dose of sulfur, meaning it's an antipsoric, it's creating more energy in our patient, and it makes the symptoms more clear. So you can better decide what remedy is indicated if you have had it preceded by a dose of sulfur. Nowadays we have it in this respect more easy, because we can also determine mostly quite easily what nosode is indicated. So we don't have a specific constitutional remedy. After our first consultation, we can start with a dose of sulfur, we can give the indicated nosode, and we can give a remedy on the acute circumstances or the symptoms that made the patient come to the homeopath in the first place. So in carbofetch, we find a family and personal history of eczema. So this eczema history, it's very safe to prescribe carbofetch as a first remedy, much better than sulfur. In sulfur, I think every somewhat experienced homeopath knows that in case of eczema, sulfur can create huge aggravations. Or if you start with soranum, there might be a huge turmoil because of the aggravations. The mother of the child, which you prescribed sulfur of soranum, calls you every 48 hours that it's so terrible, itchy, and the child doesn't sleep, etc. Carbofetch is much milder and is an antipsoric remedy also, and it's much more convenient for patients who suffer from eczema. So the eczema and the intestinal problems, so the lining of the intestines is the same as the skin on the outside is the skin on the inner side. So carbofetch is one of the remedies for the intestinal problems, and also for food poisoning. If we get something in our intestinal canal that does not agree with us, and we got nausea and vomiting and diarrhea, and it's neutralizing the intoxicating substances. And after suppression of eczema, so when the eczema is suppressed and we get asthma, so in this situation, carbofetch could be an intercurrent remedy, and tuberculinum bovinum, we will see, is also a remedy for asthma and for skin eruption, and the alternating from skin eruption to asthma. And in the other hand, as an acute, we have apis. Apis is a very important remedy, or eventually arsenicum. So this is, in this respect, a constitutional remedy. So we do not start with that, as it might act too deep. Carbofetch would be the first remedy, tuberculinum would be the second remedy, apis would be the third remedy, carbovegetabilis could be prescribed in LM1, tuberculinum in 4, and apis in 2 or 3, carbofetch twice a day, tuberculinum twice a day, and apis 2 to 4 times a day as an acute remedy. Acute remedies we can repeat more often to get the acute asthmatic situation under control and make the body to reproduce skin eruption again, and so alleviate the internal asthmatic condition. So this is again intercurrent, nosode, and acute. You see, it says, if we look at it, and we will look into the materia medica afterwards, you see all these tendencies. You can already determine what miasms are in the background. You only have to look at the individual patient and see what fits best in this individual situation. Abuse of antibiotics and other toxic drugs. So it's a drug to carboveg is there to detoxify. And as an example, a few homeopathic remedies where we see carcinosin, lack of oxygen, and carboveg is promoting oxygen. It's not the most powerful aspect of carboveg, but it's nevertheless complementary. Psorinum we see also as an intercurrent, as a nosode in the background in case of carboveg. Carboanimalis, so animal coal, lack of reaction in patients from a cancerous parentage. So we see cancerous, so the nosodes here are carcinosin, scarinum, syphilinum. So destructive, cancerous tendency. Cold-blooded, cachectic people, very much exhausted, and also the elderly. So carboanimalis, when the endocrine system is destroyed or disturbed or imbalanced, and there's a definite loading of life. So the mental, emotional level is like sepia or semicifuga, so joyless. So, and we see here as an example aurum of phosphoricum acidum. History of endocrine problems like sepia, lachasis, sometimes pulsatilla or semicifuga. So it's stimulating all endocrine glands, the thyroid and the kidneys and the adrenal glands and the ovaria, etc. Menstrual problems, diabetes in cases of diabetes, Addison's disease, thyroid problems, etc. Emotional imbalanced, severe intestinal problems like colitis. There we see as acute mercury corrosivus. Then we get sulfur as an other intercurrent remedy. So if we give carboanimalis for a longer period of time, then it's wise to interpose between carboanimalis a dose of sulfur in order to stimulate the patient to keep reacting. And then the nosodes, tuberculinum, syphilinum, as an intercurrent remedy during the treatment of cancer patients. So important indication for carboanimalis is when there is a cancerous situation in the background. Any cancer patient, but mainly with glandular cancers, stomach cancers, uterus cancer, breast cancer, ovarian cancer, etc. Affection of glands, stone heart, like silica, calcarea fluorata, calcium muriaticum, conium, scrofularia nodosa. A few remedies that are indicated in cancer from glands, leukemia, breast cancer, etc. So this is a working area where one would think of primarily carboanimalis and not immediately of sulfur or hepasulfur. Although after a period of giving carboanimalis as an intercurrent remedy, it's wise to prescribe sulfur or hepasulfurous according to the symptoms to activate or reactivate the patient and let him respond better to the carboanimalis and the nosode and the other remedies. So when the following remedies do not work well, you see conium, you see hydrastis, you see scarinum, carcinosin should be here, carcinosin. So very briefly, intercurrent remedy, we have just a few, the central theme in all these remedies is, these four is lack of reaction. And then we just make a distinction. In this case, is the endocrine system much attacked, and then we give carboanimalis, or there is a syphilitic, psychotic situation in the background, then we can choose hepasulfur or antisoric sulfur. And if the elderly and weak, or the patient is too weak to respond to a powerful remedy, then you can choose carboveg. And if there is a history of severe skin eruption, it's better to start with carboveg in order to see how the patient can respond. Okay, this was a brief introduction in the intercurrent remedies based on a question from yesterday, and we will go to the topic of today. So, the organ remedies, there are two paragraphs in the organon that are important to determine where we are. So there's first organon paragraph 11, which is pointing towards a dynamic aspect of disease, and organon paragraph 279, which we'll read afterwards and see what the differences are. The organ remedies we find with Compton Burnett. Compton Burnett is one of the homeopaths from London who introduced many organ remedies in the materia medica and homeopathic materia medica. The history is like during Hahnemann's lifetime, there was a German homeopath, Johann Gottfried, German naturopath, Johann Gottfried Rademacher, who was a student of Paracelsus. Paracelsus was the Swiss doctor from the 1500s, and he introduced a lot of organ remedies in Latin to begin with, and Johann Gottfried Rademacher had a school where he used these remedies and developed also a few new remedies, and he called it the Erfahrungsheillehre. So it was experience, remedies to use by experience. He was he lived during Hahnemann. They didn't know each other, and after Johann Gottfried Rademacher died, his students were on the lookout, were searching for new remedies, and the homeopathy was the homeopaths in Europe were a much larger group, and they, in one move, took all the followers of Rademacher in their organization, and the Rademacherian therapists were gone by then. So, but the remedies from Rademacher came into the homeopathic materia medica. We can pick them out, and we see it's mother tincture and lower dilutions, which is not classical homeopathy, but it's a different approach. And these were primarily by Burnett, introduced by Compton Burnett. So, paragraph 11, when a person falls ill, it's only the spiritual, self-acting, automatic vital force everywhere present in his organism that is primarily deranged by the dynamic influence upon it of a morbific agent inimical to life. So if we are ill, if we fall ill, it's a spiritual, vital force that is disturbed. It is only the vital force deranged to such an abnormal state that can furnish the organism with its disagreeable sensations and incline it to the irregular processes which we call disease. So the body itself is not capable of doing that. It is the vital force that makes the body live and produces the body and let it grow and let it function and let it regenerate. This is a vital energy, is a vital principle. And if this vital principle is disturbed in its action, the body will show that, and then we fall ill and we produce our symptoms. For as a power invisible in itself and only cognizable by its effects on the organism, its morbid derangement only makes itself known by the manifestations of disease. So if there's something wrong, the only thing we can see and observe is the symptoms that are produced by the disturbed equilibrium, by the inconvenience that is created by the inconvenient vital force. It is deranged, it is in an imbalance, and this imbalance and deranged state expresses itself by symptoms. It can only make itself known by the manifestation of disease in sensations and functions of those parts of the organism exposed to the senses of the observer and physician, that is, by morbid symptoms, and in no other way can it make itself known. And the footnote, but we forget for the time being the footnote. So this is a dynamic situation, so all these diseases have to be treated with potencies, with energy, potency. So there's a dynamic disturbance, the alpha stage of disease, and it's immaterial, it's not physical, and therefore we need immaterial, energetic, dynamic potencies. This is a cause of disease, the level of the causal level. And then, this is paragraph 11, so in the beginning of organon, but when this disturbance on the dynamic level continues for year after year, depending on the miasm in the background. In the syphilitic miasm, it will destroy the physical situation, the physical condition, much more rapid than in case of Sora. Sora is very slow. So over years, this derangement, this dynamic derangement can produce and will produce physical symptoms. So this is the situation described in paragraph 279. This pure experience shows universally that if the disease does not manifestly depend on a considerable deterioration of an important viscous. So obviously we have diseases that manifestly depend on a considerable deterioration of an important viscous, important organ. So an organ disease. If it does not depend on an organ disease, so if it's still dynamic, then you can use dynamic remedies. But not if there is a severe deterioration of an important viscous, even though it belongs to the chronic and complicated diseases. And during the treatment, all other alien medicine influences are kept away, so no iatrogenic burden. A dose of the homeopathic selected and highly potentized remedy for the beginning of the treatment of an important, especially chronic, dynamic disease, this disease which does not depend on a considerable deterioration of an important viscous. Disease can never, if it's dynamic, it can never be prepared so small that it not be stronger than the natural disease and shall not be able to overpower it. So dynamic diseases can be overpowered and will be overpowered by dynamic influences. But it's only the case where the disease does not manifestly depend on a considerable deterioration of an important viscous. So meaning dynamic diseases, dynamic disease are cured by potencies. So energy and material disease similar by material remedies. Burnett makes a remark on this and says, a tumor is stored up disease. A tumor is stored up disease. So we have to more or less bombard the tumor with material remedies. Repeatedly, small dose material dose, but often. Dynamic diseases can be less often. So material remedies in cases of material disease. The remedy heals. And in dynamic diseases, the vital force heals. It's action, reaction. And here the action cures the pathology. So if we give Crataegus oxyacanthae, weakness of the heart muscle, cardiac output reduced, then the Crataegus tincture, mother tincture, will strengthen the heart muscle. Eventually, when the heart action is been restored, then the heart is again incorporated in the vital principle of the body. And then you can take out the Crataegus. So it lifts the organ to its original functionality, and then you can take it out. It's the same, then you can take the not the heart out, but the Crataegus, the stimulating, the supporting remedy, you can take that out. So the position of the organ drugs in the treatment of serious pathology or organ failure. This is the situation. Organ drugs are indicated in serious pathology or organ failure. Illness is primarily based on the dynamic disruption of the life vital force, paragraph 11. The consequences of a persistent dynamic disturbance manifests itself in pathological changes on the physical plan, that is, organ changes, paragraph 279. Organ changes almost constantly determine the well-being of the patient. So if your organ is dysfunctioning, if your heart is very weak, you don't feel very energetic. So the heart must be lifted up in its function. The same goes for the kidney or the liver. So are constantly present and are thus classified as acute miasmatic. You cannot cure the patient and not point your treatment also towards the heart. So you have to give a remedy to support the functioning of the heart. Like Burnett says, he calls it organopathy. Burnett, organopathy. Organopathy. And he says organopathy is a sister of homeopathy. It's homeopathy for the organ. So we use organ remedies natural organ remedies, herbs, in order to stimulate a function. And Burnett adds the remark, the body is no stronger than its weakest organ. The body is no stronger than its weakest organ. And death always starts in a particular organ. If your kidneys fail, then subsequently other organs fail also, the liver and the heart, etc. If the failure starts in the heart, the death comes close very quickly. If the adrenal glands, etc., start failing, then eventually you see, he calls it prompting of another organ. So the kidneys are dysfunctional and the heart gets in distress. So this is the procedure. We have to understand, therefore, what is the primary organ affected and support this particular organ. Organ changes, material are difficult to treat dynamically. So there's a dissimilarity. If there is a dysfunctioning or a change in the structure of the organ, then it's difficult. Your approach with homeopathy is on the dynamic level, and if you only cure the dynamic situation, the healed dynamis has to cure the physical situation all by itself, based on his own capabilities and own power, and this takes longer. If we can support the organ also, then it will be complementary to the dynamic healing process. It's support, it's complementary. Organ remedies are medicines with a specific affection for a particular organ. Conversely, the organ has a typical sensitivity to the organ agent in question. So, like, for example, the thyroid gland is specifically sensitive to Spongiatosta mother tincture. And Spongiatosta has a specific affinity with one of the organs, thyroid gland. Similar to the action of the pancreas to glucose, the reaction of the lungs to air and the kidney on blood and fluid. The number of known organs of organ drugs is limited, so there are approximately 100 or 110 or so. And the actual source is Paracelsus, and they were introduced by Rademacher and then brought into homeopathy by Compton Burnett. Organ resources promote the healthy functioning of the diseased organ or organ system. Organ remedies thus promote the efficacy of the vital force on a physical level, so it makes it more easy, resulting in a better response to the dynamic homeopathic remedies. If your heart is functioning well and your kidneys are functioning well, you are capable of a better reaction to homeopathic remedies. Also, Hahnemann has been on the search during his whole lifetime to develop remedies that are capable of influencing the dynamic level, the vital force, and also influencing the physical level. So both. So the central potencies above 12C are immaterial. Hahnemann used C9, C6 also. So he was using the lower potencies, C6, C9. The tests on homeopathic remedies were done with 30C, but he used also the lower in the beginning of his career. And by discovering and developing the Q potencies, LM potencies, the basic potency was 3C, and from 3C onward, LM potencies were made, and LM1, LM2, LM3 still contain molecules of the original substance. So, and if the remedy contains molecules of the original substance, these molecules have a material aspect, have a material influence. And still, because they are potentized much more often, they are materialized and still highly potentized. So both levels incorporated in one potency in LM1, 2, 3. And between 4, 5, we come across from the point of dilution, we come higher than the number of Avogadro, and then we come only in the material, in the immaterial, so energetic levels. No substances in the remedy anymore. So, but he was on the lookout for a remedy that was capable to also influence the material level and still at the same time are highly potentized. And this is what he found in the Q potencies, and there he was very fond of. He said, this is the optimum potency if we use this, and you start with the lower potencies, multiplied, also lower potencies, meaning as a rule, LM1 or 2, maybe 3, but still on a material level. And patients suffering from material disease, organ failure, cancer, etc., are much benefited if we use the lower potencies, LM1, 2, 3, and use them over a longer period of time. So don't raise the potencies in materialized disease and raise the potencies too quickly, because you are raising too quickly onto the immaterial energetic level, and you miss the benefits that you can have from the remedies working on the physical level. And this is what the indication is for the organ remedies. They support, influence the organs on the physical level, the functioning, the metabolism, the intake of nourishment, their own function, and the expelling of waste products from the organ, and production of hormones or whatever substance the specific organ has to produce. So organ drugs are there prescribed in material dose. This is the opposite from dynamic dose, and they work also the opposite. Organ medication should be taken several times a day, so look for the optimal dose, meaning 3 to 4 times a day usually is a very good frequency. Organ drugs are usually used for a short period, 6 to 8 weeks, maybe longer in some cases. So if we read Burnett about that, he says, yeah, patients get also used to the influence of organ remedies, so the same influence over and over again, and therefore we have to change the organ remedy in a few months. Maybe it's due to the application also of the intercurrent remedies that patients can benefit very often a longer period of time from these organ remedies. So Crataegus or Berberis or Solidago can be taken for a longer period of time nowadays if we fit them in with the constitutional treatment. So again, intercurrent remedies, the Nosodes and the mother tincture, and the acute remedy, these are dynamic, and acute remedy also dynamic, and this is mother tincture. First organ is the thyroid gland. The thyroid gland is an important remedy. It's for the metabolism in our body. And we got the TSH, the thyroid stimulating hormone, which is stimulating the thyroid, and it's producing T4 and T3. Moment. And then this is activated for about 80% in the liver, and then gives its feedback. So the TSH should be approximately between 0.5 and 3.2, and the T4 between 9 and 24, and then that's the balanced state. Very often nowadays this balance is disturbed. There's a dysfunctioning of the thyroid gland or a dysfunctioning of the pineal gland, the hypophysis. And we have a few remedies. The first remedy is Badiaga. We will look at, excuse me, Badiaga. We look at the remedy Badiaga in Börike. And if we look at Badiaga, we see soreness of muscles and integuments, worse motion and friction clothes, glands swollen. If we see glands swollen, the glands, the tuberculosis, general paresis, and then base-duct disease. And the remedy that is important for the thyroid gland, the nosode, is tuberculinum bovinum. Tuberculinum bovinum is a remedy for bladder inflammation. It's a systemic nosode for chronic inflammation of the bladder, inflammation of the pancreas. We will see that with spongia tosta, inflammation of the lungs, lung problems. We will see the heart, the valves, which is an important aspect of tuberculinum bovinum. We saw it yesterday with the Remedies streptococcinum, which attacks the heart valves and creates acute rheumatoid symptoms. And tuberculinum is a nosode in the background, and we see the thyroid gland, which is also a major topic for the work, for the activity of tuberculinum bovinum, and also the little glands behind the thyroid gland will produce the calcitonin, which is very important for the bone development and important in case of the osteoporosis and osteopenia, which are also belonging to the rheumatic symptoms. So tuberculinum bovinum is a very important remedy, and we see here based off disease, which makes us think of tuberculinum in the background. So tuberculinum in the background and Badiaga. But we also see Luas and bubo, which is syphilitic. So Badiaga can be based on a tuberculonic or a syphilitic background, meaning syphilinum is followed by Badiaga as a mother tincture, and tuberculinum can be followed by Badiaga as a mother tincture. So we see the dandruff, which is also an indication for a remedy like tuberculinum baxillinum, and influenza, which is a viral infection and makes us think of a remedy like carcinosin. So if we know viral infections are closely related to the carcinogenic tendency, then in this case we primarily see tuberculinum, syphilinum, and carcinosin to be taken in consideration when we treat the thyroid gland problems and we want to prescribe Badiaga. Primarily in thyroid glands, it is the indication for tuberculinum. Metorrhagia, we see, in metorrhagia we see carbo animalis. It's a constitutional of an intercurrent remedy. We see also iodine. Iodine is a very tuberculonic remedy. Use the thyroid gland. All internal glands are influenced by iodine, are active because of the iodine component. Plumbum, lead, is a syphilitic remedy. So Asterias rubens is a very carcinogenic remedy, and conium is also a carcinogenic remedy. So in the complementary sphere, we see carcinogenic, intercurrent remedy, carcinogenic, syphilitic, tuberculonic in the female area. It's important if you read it materia medica like this, you see the depth in it. And then in the relationship, we see compare mercury, and we see compare spongia, and spongia we talked about is the iodine component, and phytolacca is an important syphilitic remedy, and conium is an important carcinogenic remedy. Complementary sulfur with carbo animalis, every now and then sulfur as an intercurrent remedy, and we see mercury again as a major antisyphilitic remedy, and we see iodine. So just looking at a few lines in thyroid, when we want to prescribe Badiaga, mother tincture, then here we have carbo animalis. Every now and then we could prescribe sulfur. The major nosode is tuberculinum bovinum. Every now and then either carcinosin or syphilinum, not specifically in the thyroid gland, and we got here in the middle iodine, or if we want to be cautious, we can give kali iodatum or kali bromatum as tissue salt, meaning 6X. Now, there's a constitutional remedy. If the patient suffers from severe thyroid problems, so carbo animalis intercurrent, tuberculinum nosode, we see the opposite, the acute organ remedy. And we are on the way to heal the patient from inherited tendency, stimulate the vital force, and take care of the thyroid problem, that it will get more in line with a healthy working vital force. Subsequently, we think of carcinosin and citrullinum, and we look at the disease history of the patient and in the ancestry, their family history, and based on the family history or of the patient's own biography, we can determine whether tuberculinum is still indicated, or if we want to change or intermingle or alternate it with, for instance, citrullinum. If there are very destructive diseases in the diseases in the family, so cardiovascular disease, sudden death, suicides, alcoholism, etc., then we could, and our patient is from this particular family and therefore might be at risk for such a syphilitic outburst, then we could say give once or twice a week a dose of citrullinum in order to prevent these crises from occurring. So, and this is what we can see also in the Materia Medica. If we read it like this, it's less superficial. If we look at the symptoms, we look at mostly the characteristics are very enlightening in this aspect. You can see the tendencies in the background. The second remedy, let's see. Spongia tosta, which is Spongia. Spongia as a remedy we normally know for whooping cough, which is very similar to primary tuberculosis. It's a remedy especially marked symptoms for the respiratory organs, so cough, croup. Heart affections often indicated for the tubercular diathesis. So meaning there is a tubercular diathesis in the background. The patient's family has suffered from tuberculosis, maybe even the patient himself has suffered from tuberculosis, and upon this tuberculonic layer there is a picture occurs, developed, which asks for spongia. So children with fair complexion, lax fiber, swollen glands, exhaustion, heaviness of the body, so tuberculinum bovinum in the background. We can get back to the picture here. So on the other hand, we could say here, spongia. It's a tubercular background. Now, with spongia, which is containing a lot of iodine, be very careful. It is better to prescribe spongia, for instance, in 3x. So 3x, or in Q1, LM1. It's still material, but if you give spongia as a mother tincture, because of the amount of iodine, it could raise a lot of turmoil and palpitation of heart and restlessness, etc. The body has to be able to manage the amount of iodine. Therefore, it's better to reduce the amount of iodine and give, for instance, 3x, and then you can give 2 or 3 globules 2 or 3 times a day. That's no problem. But if you give spongia mother tincture, it's very often so that you have to do 1 drop in 2 spoonfuls of water and stir it a little bit and give 1 spoonful, so half a drop of spongia in the morning and half a drop of spongia in the evening, and that still might be too much for the patient to respond well. So the intercurrent remedy stays the same, the tuberculinum stays the same, and then you can change for spongia. So you look at the patients had formerly whooping cough, had palpitation of heart, had the tuberculosis in the family, and then you have a more and better indication to prescribe spongia based on the symptoms of the patient. Let's see. So the thyroid gland is swollen. You see stitches and dryness, burning and stinging. You see great hunger. Before menses, palpitation during menses, we see cuprum and again iodine, because iodine is immediately complementary. The cough symptoms, which would fit to laryngeal phthisis, and phthisis, meaning tuberculosis, laryngeal tuberculosis, is an indication for spongia. The nosode in the background is tuberculosis. So always when you think of spongia as a homeopathic remedy, it's very likely that in the background you will find indications in the family history and in the own history of the patient. For instance, with growing pains or repeated migraines or bronchial problems, you find confirmation for tuberculinum bovinum. So the soil is tuberculonic, and upon this soil, the spongia symptoms develop. Goiter with suffocative spells. So the goiter is also an indication for lycopus. Lycopus is a toxic goiter. And also, again, back in the background, we find an indication for tuberculinum. And in the heart, we see valvular insufficiency, which we saw yesterday. The tuberculonic tendency expresses itself in the connective tissue, and the valves belong to the connective tissue. With tonsillitis, the valves can be infected with a streptococcus infection and destroying the valves and creating acute rheumatism. This is tuberculonic. Induration, swelling and induration of glands. In case of spongia, we see again it's a tuberculonic soil. So compare, and then we find aconite, which is antihistoric, hyposulfur, antipsychotic, anti-syphilitic, but also would fit tuberculonic as an intercurrent remedy. Bromium, we can see Cali bromatum as an important remedy for the thyroid gland, so mostly prescribed in 6X. Then we see mercury as a syphilitic, and then proteus as a bowel nosode, and iodine makes us think of goiter. So it's the second trituration or the tincture to the third potency. So spongia, we can give triturated or tincture. So be careful with the mother tincture, because it's very often much too strong. And we see spongia is, in case of whooping cough, we can give it as a dynamic or as a dynamic remedy in case of cough, severe cough, tickling cough, laryngeal cough, annoying evening cough. Always in the evening, patient sits on the couch and and coughing. This is the time frame is tuberculonic. The coughing is tuberculonic. The laryngeal cough is tuberculonic. This tickling is tuberculonic. The thyroid gland is tuberculonic. So in case of spongia, very clear that in the background we find indications for the tuberculonic tendency. The next remedy is thyroidinum, which quite obvious, made from the thyroid, and then we see thyroid produces anemia, emaciation, muscular weakness, sweating, nervous tumor, mixed edema and cretinism, rheumatoid arthritis. We see the connective tissue, rheumatoid arthritis, is a link to tuberculinum. Infantile wasting, rickets. So rickets, we find tuberculinum and calcarea phosphorica. It's lack of calcium, so meaning tuberculinum. Let's see. So in case of rickets, bone disease. So bone disease, the indicated remedy is based on the parathyroid glands, parathyroid glands, it's also tuberculinum. So the indicated intercurrent remedy based on the glands is Carbon animalis. The nosode would be tuberculinum bovinum. The indicated constitutional remedy in children is Calcarea phosphorica. The acute of Calcarea phosphorica in this respect can be symphytum. So the structure of the bone, Carbon animalis as an intercurrent remedy should be given in LM1, tuberculinum bovinum in LM4, Calcarea phosphorica in LM1, and symphytum, excuse me, it's not symphytum. Bone set as a complementary remedy by bone set, by symphytum, is Calcarea phosphorica, and Calcarea phosphorica is a complementary remedy by tuberculinum. And Calcarea phosphorica is a children's remedy, and rickets occurs in children. And the intercurrent remedy here should be Carbo animalis, every now and then interposed with a dose of sulfur. So you see, it's one line, tuberculinum bovinum, with the Calcarea phosphorica problem symptomatology occur based on the dysfunctioning of the parathyroid glands. This is influenced by the tuberculonic tendency in the family. The constitutional remedy is Calcarea phosphorica, and in case of acute symptoms, we have symphytum, which is acting on the pineal gland, and the pineal gland producing calcites is immediately influencing the growing process in the bones. In this respect, if there is no severe bone pain, you can skip the acute, not necessary, not always necessary. So we can reduce the amount of remedies to 3, Carbo animalis, tuberculinum, Calcarea phosphorica in young children. Okay, this is, let's see, so this was the spongia. So thyroidinum, we were with thyroidinum. Rickets, delayed union of fractures. Delayed union of fractures, Calcarea phosphorica, symphytum. 2 major remedies, Calcarea phosphorica and symphytum. In half a grain dose twice a day over a considerable period of time to be said to be effective undescended. If you prescribe in this respect with a tuberculonic background, tuberculinum, Calcarea phosphorica, and symphytum, in cases of broken bones, I have seen this repaired within 7 to 10 days. So you give Calcarea first arnica in case of broken bones, and then symphytum and Calcarea phosphorica tissue salt, and make the patient in a fracture that is stabilized. So if there is a stable fracture, the child or the patient can move as far as it starts to crepitate, and then within 1 week the callus building is sufficient, and you can walk again if you treat it 2 or 3 times a day with calcareous phosphoric acid vitamin. Thyroid exercises, general sleep, tachycardia, goiter. Again, goiter in thyroid. You see the tuberculonic, the link with the tuberculonic background. Fibroid of the chest, of the breast. Okay. So it's evidently that the thyroid dynamo will act on the thyroid gland, but in the background, the dysfunctioning of the thyroid gland doesn't occur with a clear sky. There is a tendency in the background which eventually will disrupt the functioning of the thyroid gland, and this tendency we call tuberculonic. And if you give tuberculinum and then, or alternate it with thyroidinum, or you give tuberculinum and eventually thyroidinum and carboanimalis. So this would be possible to give in thyroid problems. Carboanimalis again, this is a major remedy, every now and then a dose of sulfur, as mentioned before, then tuberculinum, bovinum, and then as an acute, thyroidinum. This is possible. If you have prescribed the patient for the time being, for a longer period of time, already tuberculinum, and you are not satisfied with the result, then it can also be that you give thyroidinum as an alternative, carboanimalis, thyroidinum, and then as an acute, spongia or badiaga in mother tincture or 3X. And then thyroidinum from Q3 onward and carboanimalis 1. So you see either thyroidinum as an acute, and then it's a Q potency, Q1, and then 2 or 3 times a day, or thyroidinum twice a day, and then let it be followed by an acute remedy, with an organ-directed remedy. So you see, take care of the reactive power of the patient, neutralize the inherited tendency. If there is no inherited tendency, you could skip tuberculinum and start immediately with thyroidinum and add additionally an organ remedy which will support the organ and let it function better. So let's start again. Welcome. There were a few questions about dose and potency and how often to repeat. I will give you the general idea. There was a question about 6C and 9C and 12C. The only one in centesimal potencies that I very often use is 6C. In case of brain tumor, we prescribe a lot of Rutacis 6C. As a rule, you give them twice a day. And in case of organ remedies, it's 5 drops on a spoonful of water. So twice a day, 5 drops, spoonful of water. Normally, I prefer Q potencies, so Milicin au globule, LM1 or 2, etc. And also twice a day. In case of organ problems, 2-3 drops on a spoonful of water. And then we got the tissue salts. like Kali iodatum, Kali bromatum, Kali iodatum. Just one moment. Kali bromatum is 3 times a day, depending on the severity of the thyroid problems. If they are very severe, so the values are very low and the TSH is very high, then 3 times a day, but then 3 tablets melted under the tongue. So you get a little box with 400 tablets, and the patient can take 2 or 3 times a day a few 3 tablets under her tongue and take that. The mother tinctures. Mostly it is 2 to 3 times a day, 10 to 20 drops on a spoonful of water. The exception here is berberis and spongia. You can raise the dose, but start with 2 times a day, 3 drops. Because both berberis and spongia, iodine I would prefer in 3x, and then 3 tablets. But spongia, if you give mother tincture, and berberis, if you give mother tincture, they are likely to cause aggravation. So then start with 3 drops, and then continuously you can start. You can give 4 drops after 3 days, 3 days later 5 drops. So raise the dose slowly in order to prevent aggravations. I think this was what, and smelling, so olfaction is indicated in all dynamic diseases. If there is a material disease and we want the molecules, then it's preferable to dissolve a drop of the medicine in water. If you have 6C, it's still molecular. Put a few drops in, 5 drops in a spoonful of water, and let the patient take that. So I will give a few examples. So we continue with the next organ. There are more organ remedies, just to give you an impression how to read the materia medica and how to apply the remedies. So the application of remedies, how to do that, is that these questions are very make sense, and I will recommend you, just like I did just now, how often and how in what dose it is best to take them. Remember that it's always given under the protection of a nosode. So the aggravation is very likely can be prevented just because we give the umbrella. So this is the situation, a moment. The umbrella situation, if we give tuberculinum and everything, here we got, so for instance, ruta 6C, and we get 6C, and calcarea phosphorica 6X, and we got carboanimalis Q1 and tuberculinum Q4, and we got this is all safe in the area under the protection of tuberculinum, and it prevents aggravation. So this is a very secure. There hardly ever aggravations occur if you do it this way. So Hahnemann prohibits, warns us for aggravation. Aggravation only means loss of energy. So the Kantian approach, homeopaths with the Kantian approach, who think that the patient is responding well to the remedy if they aggravate. You should have an aggravation in order to see that the vital force is responding, that your patient is responding well. It's never a guarantee. It can also be weakness and aggravation because the patient cannot overcome, or the energy is the impulse or the energy is blocked by an inherited tendency, tuberculonic, and you give spongia, only spongia, and it's a huge aggravation. Yes, spongia is the right remedy. No, it's blocked because you did not cure the tuberculonic tendency, or you did not support the vital force to overcome or to react well to a remedy like spongia. And if you read the Materia Medica with these eyes, you can see the tendencies, and that's what we will do. If we look at the heart, one of the major heart remedies is Crataegus oxyacantha, the remedy that we use almost on a daily basis in our practice. It's a very remedy for high blood pressure and weakness of the heart and all kind of cardiovascular problems. And we see Crataegus. Crataegus oxyacantha produces giddiness, lowered pulse, and air hunger, and reduction in blood pressure. So it's an important remedy if the blood pressure is too high. Acts on the muscles of the heart, and is a heart tonic. So the patient has a weak heart due to, for instance, chemotherapy, or if there is a familial inherited tendency, then it's very often syphilitic. No influence on the endocardium, it's myocarditis. We see now as a complication of the corona jab, myocarditis. So the major remedy here, coronavirus, see corona jab plus virus. We see the intercurrent remedy, sulfur, weakness to overcome, the nosode syphilinum, it prevents autoimmune disease. We got arsenicum as a complementary remedy to syphilinum, normally to prevent coronavirus infections and to cure coronavirus and to prevent aggravations after the jab. We give syphilinum 7 and arsenicum Q5. If the patient is severely ill, had corona and had long COVID, twice a day sulfur Q2, twice a day. And in case of myocarditis, we got Crataegus oxyacantha, Crataegus, mother tincture 3 times a day, 20 drops, eventually 3 times a day, up to 30 drops. It's a very powerful support for the heart functioning, and it's very helpful and gives the power back to the patient. Let's see. Crataegus. So failing compensation. So the heart is inadequate. It's incapable of functioning. Insomnia, aortic sufferers, anemia, edema. Edema meaning disturbance of balance with kidney and heart. Very often we give Berberis or Solidago as a complementary patients who have suffered from a lifelong high blood pressure problems or kidney failure, and then kidney failure and Crataegus oxyacantha are very helpful in very many patients. Sometimes we have also to give cortisol or adrenaline. High arterial tension, so it reduces arterial tension, chronic heart disease with extreme weakness, general anasarca, meaning edema, and this is an indication for kidney failure in the background. So it's very likely tuberculonic syphilitic, hemorrhage from bowels. So in the beginning of heart mischief after rheumatism. So again, we see syphilinum. One moment. Heart disease. We see sulfur or carbofetch as an intercurrent remedy. Syphilinum with muscle cardiac failure or tuberculinum. Then we can give Crataegus either in potency 0,1 or in mother tincture in order to support the heart, syphilinum Q5 or Q4, and tuberculinum also Q4, and then eventually also, if necessary, with case of anasarca, berberis, mother tincture, or solidago, mother tincture. In case of rheumatism, it's berberis. Berberis is very strong in heart problems with rheumatic patients, and then we find the sulfur. Just one moment. We find sulfur, tuberculinum, Crataegus, and berberis. Very effective in these situations. Sulfur twice a day, tuberculinum twice a day, Crataegus, you could give it in LM1, otherwise it's 2 to 3 times a day, 20 to 30 drops. Normally I start with 15, but on the average it's 20 drops. And berberis you could give 2 times a day, 10 drops to 15 drops. In berberis, the maximum amount in my experience is about 15 drops and then twice a day, in order to optimize the functioning of the kidney, regulate the heart function, neutralize the inherited tuberculonic or syphilitic tendency, and then eventually you can, if everything went well and the heart functioning is better, you can skip Crataegus and go to the constitutional remedy. So I've done it often and often and often. If there is cardiac failure and the cardiac output is about, let's say, 40, there where 60 to 70 is a healthy heart, I've seen restoration of this normal function with Crataegus and with this kind of prescription within 6 to 8 weeks, that the patient has a cardiac output above 50 again. So it's quickly acting, and it's so astonishing that the cardiologist says, well, this will stay like this forever. You will not be cured from that, and within 6 to 8 weeks, everything's fine. So there are a lot more possibilities and curative possibilities if you do it like this. This is what Hahnemann and Burnett told us. You just have to get away from the idea of only one, the ultimate remedy. You have to think according to the guidelines of the etiology, the history of disease in each individual patient, and the family history, the own biographical history, and the actual symptomatology. Okay, we can go to digitalis. Digitalis is a difficult, dangerous remedy, as it can accumulate and therefore disturb the function of the heart when you use a too low dose or the potency, so LM1 or even lower mother tincture, then it's toxic. Then it's dangerous. So it comes into play with in all diseases where the heart is primarily involved, where the pulse is weak, irregular, intermittent, and abnormally slow. Weakness and dilatation of the myocardium. If we see this, we think about of syphilinum. It's the greatest indication in failure of decompensation, of failure of compensation. So the heart muscle is in problem, and we got auricular fibrillation sets in. Pulse is recumbent, slow in recumbent posture, heart block, very slow pulse, so death is imminent. Other symptoms of organic heart disease: great weakness in strength, sinking of strength, faintness. Let's see, call for these muscular prostration, collapse. If we look at the relationship, you always can look at the relationships and see Adonia crategus. Crategus is a complementary Calmia latifolia, which is a very tuberculonic remedy. We see Calmia has heart problems, but also rheumatic symptoms that come from shoulders, elbows, hips, knees, from up downward. Spigelia is an important remedy. So it's, I would suggest here, it's the major remedy because the neurological part of the heart is involved, which is syphilitic, and the myocardium is involved, it's also syphilitic. Then we got Strophanthus hispidus. Strophanthus hispidus is a remedy for palpation, excessive palpation. Strophanthus. So Strophanthus is a muscle poison. It increases the contractile power of all striped muscles. It acts on the heart, increasing the systole and diminishing the rapidity. So as a homeopathic remedy, it can raise the potency, raise the blood pressure, and reduce the palpitation. It's very often so when there's a heart flutter, so a rapid pulse, that in the blood pressure is lowered, and then Strophanthus hispidus is an important remedy. May be used in advantage to tone the heart and run off dropsical accumulations. In small doses for the weak heart, it feels enlarged. In small doses, meaning mother tincture or 6X or LM1. Irritable heart, hives, anemia, exophthalmic goiter. Here we see exophthalmic goiter. There's an indication for the tuberculonic situation in the background. So kidney is a greater diuretic. Exophthalmic goiter points towards the tuberculonic aspect in the background. Okay, and aurum metallicum. We'll briefly go to aurum metallicum as an important syphilitic remedy, of course, aurum. Given full play, aurum develops the organism by attacking blood, glands, and bone, bearing striking resemblance to the mercurial and syphilitic infections, and it's just for such deteriorations that the bodily fluids and alteration in the tissues that aurum assumes great importance as a remedy. Like victims of syphilis, mental states, great depressions are produced by it, hopelessness. So if aurum as a heart tonic is given in 6X or 3X, so low potencies, and then you can again give carboveg or sulfur, syphilinum, and aurum in a low potency. Remember, it's the paragraph 279 stage of disease, and if you go to paragraph 279, you have to lower the potencies, eventually give mother tincture or 3X or 1X, but still you have to treat the etiology also. So the family history, the background is a dynamic predisposition. The vital force is a dynamic organism, so you prescribe the intercurrent remedy in a dynamic potency. You prescribe the syphilitic or tuberculonic or the psychotic nosode in a higher potency, and you bend down and pick up the organ with an organ remedy and lift up the organ in its functioning so that it makes part of the living human being, and it's going back to the dynamic state, former dynamic state, ameliorating and supporting its normal, natural function. And then the constitutional treatment starts. So it's the 279 is a far developed chronic disease, and you have to neutralize or to support the organ that is falling out of the basket, falling out of the organism, and eventually killing the patient. When your kidneys fail or your heart fail, eventually you will die as a consequence of that. And it makes it many diseases reversible if we start diagnosing what is the weakest organ, what is it. Normally it's already known because the patient comes from the hospital and says, "This, I use this and this medication, etc." So you know exactly what the clinical problem is, and you can say the organ remedies are prescribed on the clinical symptomatology, on the organ that is in distress and needs to be supported. Okay. The liver. Important remedies for the liver are Cadus marianus. I just mentioned the one we are most used in practice. The action of this drug is centered in the liver and portal system, causing soreness, pain, jaundice, has a specific relation to the vascular system. So it's raising the portal tension and therefore varices, so occur. In this respect, we have a complementary remedy, which is aloe socotrina, and aloe socotrina we give as an intercurrent remedy in this respect. It's for cleansing the liver and supporting Cadus marianus. So varicose veins, abuse of alcohol and beverage, especially beer. Here we see also an indication for aloe socotrina. Aloe is prescribed in a higher potency, so LM1, LM2, LM3. And on the other hand, we see Cadus marianus as a mother tincture. It's on the spleen, on the pancreas and also liver. Diseases of minors are associated with asthma, dropsical condition depending on the liver, and when due to pelvic congestion and hepatic disease, disturbs the sugar metabolism, influenza when the liver is affected, debility, hemorrhage, especially connected with hepatic disease. So multiple miasmatic. You can use Cadus marianus in a carcinogenic tense in case of liver cancer. It's very often indicated in those situations, but also in syphilitic situations where patients have drunk lots of alcohol. It's very often indicated in alternation with aloe socotrina, which we'll very briefly look at. Aloe socotrina. You see an excellent remedy to aid in re-establishing the physiological equilibrium after much dosing, where disease and drug symptoms are mixed. There's no remedy richer in symptoms of the portal system and none that has given better clinical results, both for the primary pathological condition and secondary phenomena. Bad effects from sedentary life or habits, especially suited to the lymphatic and hypochondriacal patients. So it's an important remedy for the liver and old beer drinkers, what we saw with Cadus marianus just now also. But aloe socotrina is a remedy as an intercurrent remedy. Let's see that. So liver can be aloe socotrina as an intercurrent remedy in LM1. We have carcinosin or scirinum or cholesterinum. When the cholesterol values are very much heightened, you can give cholesterinum from Q4, scirinum also Q3, Q4, carcinosin Q3, Q4. Cholesterinum is important, somewhat high, to give somewhat higher in order to reduce the cholesterol values. On the other hand, we give here Cadus marianus. And this can be given in mother tincture 3 times a day, 20 drops. So in case of liver problems, and then we can also look at the constitutional symptoms and see whether we have to give either an acute remedy, like lycopodium would be a constitutional remedy that fits, or like chelidonium in an higher potency. You could also give chelidonium in this situation in, for instance, an LM1 or 2, and this 2 or 3 times a day. Chelidonium can also be given in a mother tincture, but is more annoying. You are more at risk with chelidonium of creating aggravations in case of liver problems. Let's see. Taraxacum. Taraxacum is an important remedy in the tuberculonic sphere, which also has for gastric bilious attacks, so liver, and cancer of the bladder. You see cancerous tendencies in the background. The primary nosode for the bladder is tuberculinum. In the history of mankind, we see 100 years ago was tuberculosis was the biggest epidemic on earth, and now we see cancer as the biggest epidemic. So from this chronic inflammatory condition of tuberculosis eventually evolved the cancer tendency. So carcinosin, tuberculinum, important for the taraxacum, and we see besides the bladder, we see liver enlarged and indurated, and in cancer, we give 1 or 2 grams fluid extract. You can give it pure tincture and to the 3rd potency. You see it in your Burica, also that it's prescribed in mother tincture. In the stomach. For the stomach, we have an organ remedy, which is very important. We got 2, as a matter of fact, one for acid, so Robinia pseudoacacia is a very important remedy if you have a lot of heartburn and acid, which it goes into the esophagus when you're lying down in the evening and it's burning into your throat. Think of Robinia pseudoacacia. Robinia, the remedy for hyperchlorhydria in cases where albuminoid digestion is too rapid and starch digestion is perverted. Gastric symptoms are most pronounced acidity. The acidity in Robinia is accompanied by frontal headache and intensely and acrid irritation. So you can give it as an organ remedy in lower potencies. You start with lower potencies, and sometimes it's already sufficient to neutralize the acid the buildup of acid. So just as a palliative, in order to prevent the patient from using omeprazole and other remedies that might hurt the alignment of the gastric organ. Condurango. It's a very cancerous remedy. Condurango. Where is it? Here is it. Stimulates the digestive function and thus improves general health. Allies the pain in gastralia, accompanying the pain of cancer in the stomach. So here we see catchinosin as a nosode and as an acute remedy, Condurango. Condurango is a plant remedy, so it's not on the constitutional level. It is there to palliate and to cure the cancer. We got also the deeper acting remedies like arsenicum or cadmium iodatum or cadmium sulfuricum, which are very active in case of stomach cancers, but modifies secretions of all digestive glands. It's varicose ulcers and lupus. It's an autoimmune disease, so lupus erythematosus is a cancerous and syphilitic tendency. Chronic gastric catarrh, syphilis and cancer. We see it here. So syphilis and cancer. The way to approach is then look at the family history. If there are only cancers and these cancers are developing slow and the patient dies, for instance, in 5, 6, 7 years after the diagnosis, then it's not a particularly a syphilitic cancer. Syphilitic cancers, patients from syphilitic cancers die within a year, 9 months, a year and a half, etc. These quickly and destructive forms of cancer ask very often for cifolinum as a nosode, sometimes in alternation with carcinosin and a specific organ remedy. So chronic gastric catarrh, syphilis and cancer, tumor stricture of the esophagus, which is a dangerous situation. The patient cannot swallow anymore. Stricture is the Barrett syndrome, so the irritation, the inflammatory condition of the esophagus, chronically inflamed, and then there, as a result, stricture and swallowing is difficult, and there is a closure of the esophagus. The active principle is condurangin, produces locomotory ataxia. So this is a very important remedy. Asterias rubans is a very important cancer remedy. Conium is an important cancer remedy, and we see Hydrastis canadensis is an important cancer remedy. It's reducing the pains of cancer, also the pains of stomach cancer. And then we see arsenicum, which is a very carcinogenic, but also one of the major remedies for the syphilitic miasm, as we know now in the treatment of coronavirus. We see the tincture or the bark, so meaning low potency. If you use a tincture, you could use 3x or 6x, but meaning low. And if you use the Q potencies, it's best to use it 1, 2, 3. Depending on the activity, on the severity of the symptoms, you can give it 2 or 3 times a day. In the worst situations, I give it up to 4 times a day, let's say around every meal, breakfast, lunch, dinner, and before bedtime. So this is approximately the most frequent dose, but that meaning that the patient is very ill and he cannot do without a frequent dose of Condurango. And this is a chronic disease state. So in cases of chronic diseases, the intake of remedies should be reduced. In the case of acute situations, you can give, for instance, in case of coronavirus and crisis, you can give it every hour or every 2 hours. But this is an expression, the symptoms are an expression of an underlying chronic disease. It should be treated as a chronic disease and therefore not as an acute disease. And you can, the frequency you can lift up to 4 times a day, but on the average is a remedy like Kondurango is given twice a day. Also, tincture or bark for 5 grains, also in the 30th potencies in tumors, and then I prefer to give it as a Q potency. Let's say Kondurango. Hydrastis canadensis is for the pains, important remedy for the pains in all kinds of cancers, however, as a matter of fact. Hydrastis canadensis acts especially on the mucous membranes, relaxing them and producing a thick, yellowish, gropey secretion. The catarrh may be anywhere: throat, stomach, uterus, utera. Hydrastis is especially active in old, easily tired people. Cerebral effects prominent, emaciation, prostration, and then we see goiter, puberty and pregnancy, so it's a tuberculonic situation, and the power of smallpox over smallpox seen in modifying the disease. Smallpox is a syphilitic disease, a pure disease, which is possibly destroying the patient, so smallpox is a syphilitic disease, lessening the danger and greatly mitigating its consequences. But in the stomach, sore feeling in the stomach, more or less constant, weak digestion, pain as from hardened, cornered substances, gone feeling, atonia, ulcers and cancer in the stomach, and gastritis. So hydrastis is a very, to reduce the pains of cancer, stomach cancer. Pancreatic cancer, pancreas, the remedy we talked about already, spongia, iris versicolor, iris versicolor. We see in iris, we see the thyroid, the words mentioned thyroid and pancreas. If we read thyroid and pancreas, we know the remedy in the background is tuberculinum, the nosode. Salivary, intestinal glands, gastrointestinal mucous membranes increase the flow of bile, so it works on the liver also, and it's meaning we see as a complementary remedies ipecacuanha, podophyllum peltatum on the intestinal glands, and the prolapse and the diarrhea and the weakness, and sanguinaria is a remedy for migraines and severe migraines, which is also an indication for tuberculinum. This periodicity everywhere, always when there's a periodical flare-up of chronic diseases like migraines, like menstrual problems, like asthmatic complaints, like intestinal complaints, colitis, morbus Crohn, like rheumatoid affections. It's to think of tuberculinum bovinum. So, and in this respect of the pancreas, it's equal in acute inflammation of the pancreas. So in acute inflammation of the pancreas, pancreatitis, with a mortality for approximately 30%, and with a tendency to recurrence. So over and over again, an increase or a returning of the pancreatitis. So in this respect, we find carbo animalis as an intercurrent remedy, and we find tuberculinum bovinum as a major nosode. In the acute situation for the pancreatitis, we got spongia and we got iris versicolor. And spongia should be given in this respect as a Q potency, so Q2 or Q3 under the protection of tuberculinum. In the acute situation, we can give it every 2 hours. In the background, we find China, and China is to reduce the acute miasmatic flare-up. So these pancreatitis situations, which can occur over and over again, patients sometimes have 3 or 4 times this. So it's a situation of chronic pancreatitis. And chronic pancreatitis is tuberculonic and leading eventually, possibly to cancer. Because this pancreatitis often produces a widening of the central canal, and you are at risk of a stenosis because of the inflammatory condition. And the stenosis of the pancreas of the central canal prohibits the fluid from passing through, and it will accumulate in the central canal, and it's very toxic, very aggressive fluids. Which can eventually cause cancerous affections or leading to an acute abscess, and then it's very destructive. So if there is a syphilitic tendency in the background, then please alternate with cifolinum. Give 2 times a week cifolinum, and the other times, all the other days, tuberculinum. The primary nosode is tuberculinum. It's potentially a deadly disease. Therefore, carboanimalis twice a day, tuberculinum twice a day in LM2 carboanimalis, and then twice a week cifolinum in order to prevent an acute flare-up from occurring, and then spongia based on the acute symptomatology 2 to 4 times a day. I've treated many patients with chronic pancreatitis and also with acute pancreatitis. Pancreatitis is very beneficial to treat them homeopathically. You can get it under control, and it's as far as it will never come back again. And many patients who with the perfect result, and you see what we see here is curing the organ and make it function well within the organism, makes it possible to eventually prescribe a mineral remedy on the central antihistoric link. So here we have the antihistoric treatment. We have not reached that point when we prescribe spongia, tuberculinum, carboanimalis, eventually cifolinum or carcinosin based on the family history. And even when the situation has calmed down, so when spongia has slowed down the inflammatory condition, and the digestion of fatty substances and of carbohydrates is better, and the patient is not has no pain anymore, and there is no threatening situation. The amylase values, so the blood values are coming down, and everything is better. So tuberculinum is stimulating the healthy response, so deblocking the situation, and spongia is calming down the patient. Eventually, we can go to the antihistoric remedy, being silica, for instance, or phosphorus, or calcarea phosphorica, or whatever. So this is later. So this is here the antihistoric cure, antihistoric cure. You see, it's disease dynamic. Disease, just a moment. It's about disease dynamics. We are treating not the symptoms, but the disturbance in the background that is leading to the symptoms. And the symptoms point to the direction, what we have to do, give us the impression what powers, what pathological powers are present in the background, which we have to address. And we address these pathological powers by prescribing in this way. I will give you this my remarks later. I will preserve this so that you can read it afterwards in your own time, as far as you can read my my handwriting, which is very bad after 40 years of writing. Then we got Syzygium jambulanum. Let's see, Syzygium. Just Syzygium, which is a very important remedy for diabetes. Syzygium. Where is it? Syzygium. Here it is. So it's a remedy for the diabetes type 1, diabetes type 2, like helonias, like Cadus marianus, etc., like Momodica garantia, like has an immediate effect on increasing of the blood sugar, glycosuria results, most useful remedy in diabetes mellitus, great thirst, weakness, very large amount of urine, old ulcers of skin, so it's quite obviously long-lasting diabetes, diabetic ulceration, which is pointing towards syphilinum and towards tuberculinum. We got insulin, compare insulin, and there are a lot of remedies. Diabetes is a very complex disease. There's many remedies that can be indicated on different levels, nosodes in the current remedy. Syzygium jambulanum, as a complementary remedy, we see carbo animalis, syphilinum, tuberculinum, syphilinum carcinosin in case of diabetes type 1. It is suspected that, suggested that it's caused by a viral infection. In as far as virus infections are accompanying or causing this diabetic disease, carcinosin might be indicated in the honeymoon phase, so the first year and a half, alternated with syphilinum, so the autoimmune disease, self-destructiveness is a syphilitic aspect, so carcinosin, syphilinum, carbo animalis, urea pura, Momodica garantia, helonias, Syzygium, all remedies that have a specific affection with an affinity for the diabetes and the pancreas. Okay. And Phytolacca decandra is a remedy that we come across more often because it's a very syphilitic remedy and also attacking all kind of glands. So it's just a Phytolacca decandra. Aching, soreness, restlessness, prostration, symptoms, guiding symptoms to Phytolacca, preeminently a glandular remedy, glandular swellings with heat and inflammation. So tuberculonic, syphilitic, has a powerful effect on fibrous and osseous tissues. So fibrous and osseous, it's connective tissue. It's in tuberculonic area, fasciae and muscle sheets, acts on scar tissue. Syphilitic bone pains, we see syphilitic bone pains. Then we see chronic rheumatism. So syphilitic bone pains and chronic rheumatism. It says here syphilis and tuberculonic. So the syphilitic miasm and syphilinum as a nosode and tuberculinum as a nosode are leading possibly to this acute Phytolacca decandra situation. Tetanus and opisthotonos, which makes us think of syphilinum again. Decrease of weight and retarded dentition is also a syphilitic indication for the syphilitic miasm. We see fistula lachrymalis, fluoric acid, very syphilitic remedy. Let's see. Mumps with follicular pharyngitis, which is also an indication for tuberculinum. scanty urine, pain in the kidney region, nephritis. We see berberis, we see solidago, we see primarily tuberculinum, sometimes midorinum. Mastitis, mummy, hard and very painful, very sensitive. This is, we think of conium, we think of scrofularia nodosa, and this can lead to cancer. So Phytolacca decandra is also a cancerous remedy, but primarily syphilitic and tuberculonic. We look at the relationships. Phytolacca, we find Bryonia rustox, both are acute of tuberculinum bovinum, both are indicated when there are acute problems with the connective tissue, with specific Bryonia cannot move and best be seated still or lying still. Every motion is hurtful and painful, and rustox first motion aggravates, cannot lie too long. It isn't comfortable in any static situation. Must move. The first movement is painful. Continuous movement is better, leading to amelioration. But after a too long a movement, there's a kind of prostration, and the pains aggravate again. This is typical tuberculinum bovinum. So in the background, we see the predisposition tuberculonic, which is curing the inherited tendency, is indicated based on the inherited tendency, but the effect of tuberculinum is very poor in acute situations. So in acute situations, the effect of rustox is much better, but rustox is very poor in its effect on inheritance. So rustox and tuberculinum, if you repertorize it, worse by cold, worse first movement, ameliorate by continued movement, best warmth, etc. These you always see tuberculinum and rustox up front in your repertorization. Only tuberculinum is not a very good remedy in acute situations. Then it's much better to prescribe rustox, and tuberculinum's power lies in neutralizing the inherited tendency. So alternate, neutralize the inheritance and prescribe rustox on the acute, so prescribe tuberculinum in a higher potency, rustox in a somewhat lower potency, let two potencies in between, rustox 2 and tuberculinum 4, give it a bit room in between so that rustox cannot create aggravations, because its action is not blocked when the space is freed by the prescription of tuberculinum bovinum. And then we see sanguinaria, which is also a tuberculonic syphilitic remedy. We see mercury as a syphilitic remedy, and we see and mercury is inimical. But inimical we can forget with when we use Q potencies. You can prescribe them after another. Antidotes, mesareum, which is a plant-like mercury. Mercury is a mineral, of course, metal. Mesareum is very similar to mercury, and it's very often in severe skin eruptions with crusty situations where mesareum has shown its effects in a beautiful way. Let's see, Cephalandra indica. Cephalandra indica is also one of the remedies for, it's not in the Biographical. Cephalandra indica is one of the remedies for diabetes mellitus. Cephalandra, is it in Cephalandra? No. So this is not in the Biographical. Scrofularia nodosa. We will look at scrofularia as an important remedy with a carcinogenic tendency, scrofularia nodosa. You see, if you look at the remedies, you will have to get the impression what is the sphere. Therefore, it's important to look at the characteristics, the characteristics of the remedies. You see the indication for what miasm in the background is present with a specific remedy. The organ remedies are all plant remedies, and so they are not constitutional remedies. And if you want to prescribe a constitutional remedy, it has to fit the whole picture, the totality of the symptoms. So you have a phosphor patient, or you have a natriuretic patient, or a silica patient. But in case of the plant remedies, this is acute. This is a few symptoms that point towards the actual pathology. So this is like keynote prescribing. Plant remedies like arnica or pulsatilla in case of a middle ear infection, you prescribe on keynote. This is the same with organ remedies. So you don't have to go through the whole picture. You just have to get the idea, what is the keynote? What does this remedy do? In what area does it work? And it's important, tremendously important, what is the miasm in the background? So if we close the tap, if the water cannot, the inheritance cannot express itself in the constitution of our patient anymore, or is much lessened by the application of the indicated nosode, then it's much more easy for your more superficial acting plant remedy to indicate, to stimulate a curative process. So, and in order to make the patient respond well, we also give an intercurrent remedy. And in these acute situations, better carbo animalis or carbo vegetabilis, mild but definite, mild but and neutralize the inheritance and prescribe a remedy on the acute symptomatology, meaning mostly based on keynotes. Just get the impression and take care that the organ is stimulated to become more and more healthy, it's freed from its inherited tendency, and prepare the path, the way for the constitutional treatment, where we look at what is your constitution, what are the constitutional symptoms. That is meaning you have to make an in-depth anamnesis. You go through all levels of the well-being of the patient, all organ functions, and these generals and particulars and modalities and concomitants, etc. You have all the pictures, and then you make a distinction between the different mineral remedies that can be indicated. So Scrofularia nodosa is a powerful remedy when with enlarged glands are present. So Hodgkin's disease, one of the major remedies for Hodgkin's disease, meaning carcinogenic. Cancer, carcinosin as a complementary remedy and as a nosode. Valuable skin remedy has a specific affinity for the breast, very useful in the dissipation of breast tumors. So it's one of the major remedies beside, for instance, phytolacca or conium maculatum or tuya, or in the treatment of breast cancers. Pruritus vaginae, lupus ulceration, so we got cancer and syphilis, lupus erythematosus, autoimmune disease, miasm in the background, syphilinum, meaning Scrofularia nodosa, syphilinum, carbo animalis, or tubercular testis. We see, so Scrofularia nodosa, tuberculonic, syphilitic, carcinogenic. It's a very interesting remedy, a very important remedy, which should be given as a mother tincture or lower potencies, 6x, 3x, LM1, and then often 2 to 3 times a day, in worst cases 4 times a day, and accompanied or preceded by the indicated nosode. And if the epithelioma, you prescribe carboveg. In Hodgkin's disease, you prescribe carbo animalis. Glands, carbo animalis. Epithelium, skin, epithelioma is indication for carbovegetabilis. Nodosities in the breast, so we see scarinum, hard nodes. Think of conium, think of scarinum, think of carcinosin. Pain in all flexor muscles, eczema behind the ear, we find graphitis and mesoreum. Graphitis antihistoric. Crusta lactea, baxillinum. So it's with every clinical diagnose, you can know the miasm in the background and what nosode should be given. We see violet dyspnea. Modalities, compare Ruta. Ruta is a major remedy for brain tumor. According to Banerjee protocol, I have used it in many brain tumor patients. So dozens of brain tumor patients over the years, and very successfully. So with carcinosin as a nosode, so it's not either carcinosin or either Ruta. Carcinosin is a nosode, and under protection of carcinosin, you can give Ruta. And according to the Banerjee protocol, oh, my battery. Okay, so carcinosin as a nosode has a totally different direction and is totally different action than Ruta. And conium, you see, conium is one of the cancerous remedies for all kind of tumors coming from glands. The same goes with Asterias rubans. So it's another way, different way to read the materia medica. Read it like that, and you will make the picture, the flat picture, you make it three-dimensional. So the two-dimensional picture becomes a three-dimensional picture. You see the direction, you see the development, you see the development of pathology, and you see the nosode in the background. And if you see the nosodes in the background, the indications you see there is where the tumor or the organ failure or the kidney failure or the thyroid failure is arising from. And then subsequently you look for the intercurrent remedy to stimulate this kind of tissue, neutralize the inheritance tendency by the nosode, and prescribe the organ remedy in order to support a healthy function of the organ. Then the organism is functioning again, and then all indications are there, all possibilities of reaction are there, and then you start with a mineral constitutional remedy, which is ultimately the goal of the homeopathic treatment. Okay. The spleen. Well, Burnett, spleen complaints, Cardus marianus, we talked about Cardus marianus, Chelidonium maius, Chelidonium and Cyanotus. Chelidonium is an important liver remedy, of course. We will briefly look at Chelidonium. So a prominent liver remedy covering many of the direct reflex symptoms. Chelidonium, if you give solely Chelidonium as a mother tincture, it can cause aggravations. If you prescribe Chelidonium under the protection of a nosode and carbo animalis, then there is no problem whatsoever. The jaundice skin, especially the constant pain under the inferior angle of the right scapula, are indications for Chelidonium. Paralytic, drawing, and lameness in single parts. The great lethargy and indisposition to make any effort is also marked. Change of weather is an indication for Chelidonium, which makes us think of a nosode like tuberculinum, which is very influenced by the weather change. Think of China or Dulcamara. Both are very acute remedies of tuberculinum, and both are very much influenced by cold, wet weather, with complaints after the cold, wet weather of change of temperature in autumn and in spring. This is Dulcamara China. Dulcamara China is very often indicated in this respect. And if you read Dulcamara and if you read China with the eyes I've shown you. Now you see that in the background the tuberculonic tendency is very marked. So complementary tuberculonic tendency, cyanotus. It's brought into homeopathic practice by Compton Burnett, seem to have a specific relationship to the spleen, ache of malaria. Malaria, the major remedy for malaria for 200 years has been China officinalis. Nowadays we see it's artemisinin, so Artemisia annua, because there is resistance against from the malaria mosquito against all kind of China officinalis products. But China is a very important tuberculonic remedy. Maybe very briefly, because I mentioned China a few times. China. China. A moment. See, I can't find it. It's not in there. China. Okay. I'll continue with perhaps after the break, a brief overview in China. Left malaria, think of China. And China, think of tuberculinum. Cyanotus, spleen. Spleen is from the RAS symptom, so RAS system, meaning has to do with the immunity, the white part of the spleen, immunity. Anemic patients with spleen and liver, where liver and spleen are at fault, chronic bronchitis, very tuberculonic, profuse secretion, marked blood pressure, reduced powers, active hemostatic, hematostatic. Important remedies here are Calae muriaticum and Botraps lanceolatus, but also Arnica hamamelis with bleeding and hemostatic. Material reducing the clotting of blood, which is a very important indication also for Botraps lanceolatus. Splenitis. Okay. So the idea, I think you have grabbed the idea that if we read Burnett in his about his organopathy, that he says a remedy on its own is very often incapable of curing disease if it's not supported by a nosode or an intercurrent remedy. Maybe we'll read it after the break. So welcome again, webinar part 2 of this day. I would like to start with a brief piece of a text from Burnett in order to show how he worked, and then we continue with the PowerPoint with the ovarian problems and testis problems and brain problems. And then after the mid-break afternoon, we go to the bowel nosodes and put them in line with the classification. Call a piece of Burnett, Buxellinum and constitutions. Of course, it is not suggested that Buxellinum or Buxellinum is specific for all cases of phthisis. So Buxellinum cures phthisis, tuberculosis of every kind, and it necessarily will do no good in cases of phthisis to which it is not homeopathic. Therefore, we have different tuberculonic remedies, tuberculinum bovinum, tuberculinum Koch, residuum, marmarek, etc. Something that will cure every case of any malady. Malady bearing a given name is of course non-existent. Still, bacillary phthisis taken early and complicated with nothing else is curable by baxillinum. So baxillinum is one of the remedies as a nosode to cure tuberculosis. And I say this after 8 years experience at the bedside and in the consulting room. Anything even approaching to it in its therapeutic efficacy is absolutely unknown. So it's very effective. Where, for instance, vaccinosis is also present, so damaged constitution by vaccination, the vaccinosis must first be cured or the phthisis remains uncured, do what you will. Vaccinosis in Burnett's days was primarily pox, vaccination with pox. The remedy was Tuya. So you could not cure tuberculosis without giving Tuya. Where there is primarily a spleen affection that leads up to the phthisis, such a case must be approached from the spleen as a starting point, and here we got, according to Burnett, Cyanotus americanus as a mother tincture organ, low potency. When a liver disease underlies the whole maladive state and phthisis only coexists with it, the liver malady must be first cured with, for instance, Cardus marianus or Chiridonium. There are, of course, more, but two important remedies in this respect. And then with a liver malady, mostly also in a mother tincture or lower potency. When this state arises from a hereditary syphilitic taint, I say taint, not the disease proper, the specific nosode may be required first, meaning syphilinum. When phthisis arises from a cancerous parentage, baxillinum will not always suffice until other remedies have prepared the way, meaning carcinosin. When the constitution has been damaged by typhoid, malarialism, by alcoholism, by chinchonism, and so on, all these must be therapeutically reckoned with. So this is biography, epidemic, malarialism, epidemic, alcoholism, biography, and iatrogenic, so poisoning by alcoholism, chinchonism, so cinchona bart, malaria, so a remedy would be China, and as we know now in the background, tuberculinum bovinum or even baxillinum, and so on, must be therapeutically reckoned with, or success will not reward our efforts, or success will not reward our efforts. Wherever, in fact, phthisis coexists with another disease or taints of disease, so tendencies of disease, inherited tendencies, the baxillinum touches only the baxillary part of the case, only the baxillary part. It's not a constitutional remedy, it's a remedy for phthisis. When phthisis supervenes upon overcrowding, which is biographical, incident, conventular or monastic life is biography, is how we live. Excess of various kind is also biography. Bad food, foul air, so infectious disease, epidemic disease, chronic sewage poisonings, infectious, epidemic disease, wounded pride, meaning biography, unrequited love, biography, we could think of Staphysagria or, for instance, Ignacia, or, for instance, Nux vomica in case of poisoning, or Colocynthus in case of frustration, etc. Bad drinking water, for instance, Carbovec and Nux vomica. Active or renewed infection for marital or other domestic ties. So gonorrhea with Tuya, syphilis with mercury, or from airs, walls, beddings, etc., it will be in vain. It will be in vain to expect a simple administration of a remedy of any kind to cure unaidedly if the active cause still remains present and operative. So curing the patient with only, he has not mentioned even the constitutional remedies, the antipsoric remedies. He's only the predisposition, so the inheritance, and the iatrogenic, and the biography, and the epidemics. So a few diseases he mentioned here. And then the next piece, series of medicines, chronic diseases. From these considerations, it is manifest that there are cases that cannot be possibly cured by one remedy. And in as much as the symptoms from part respectively of groups of different causations, so groups of different causations, it is the cause, the causation, the etiology, which is important for the kind of remedy, covering the totality of all symptoms present in the patient, would be a useless and fruitless task. You cannot put all the symptoms under one causation. Hence, it is that Rademacher's organ testing, organopathy, helps me so much in my everyday practical clinical life. For if I cure an organ with this appropriatum Paracelsi, then certain symptoms go while others remain. I am enabled slowly to unravel the most complex groups of symptoms and finally find a simile or a simillimum of the ground evil. And the ground evil is Sora, the deepest ground evil. So you work from the periphery, biography, iatrogenic, inherited tendency, back to the ground evil. This is what Burnett did. This is what Hahnemann writes. This is what is primarily not done over the world. We are looking for one remedy for the patient. And this is quite obviously not what is done by the great masters of the past. Okay. We go to the ovaries. Okay. One of the major remedies of the ovary problems and uterus problems is aurum muriaticum natronatum. It's a remedy brought into the materia medica by Compton Burnett. We'll look briefly into the aurum muriaticum natronatum. So this remedy has a pronounced effect on the female organs, and most of its clinical application has been based thereon. It has more power over uterine tumors than any other remedy. So more power over uterine tumors than any other remedy. Psoriasis syphilitica. So we have a syphilis and psoriasis. So psorinum in combination with syphilis. This is how Hahnemann described it in paragraph 206 from the organon. You see, in his early days, the combination was very often psora in the background, responsible for psoriasis, and ultimately tuberculinum is complementary in this respect, and syphilitica, the syphilis, which ever since 1493 was exploded on the face of the earth. So first, periosteal swelling on the lower jaw, where we find also a remedy like phosphorus. Swelling of the testicle, high blood pressure due to disturbed function of nervous mechanism, arteriosclerosis, and syphilitic ataxia. So, interstitial hepatic cirrhosis, which is carcinogenic. We saw cholesterinum and schirinum as two of the major remedies for this tendency. interstitial nephritis. The nosode here would be tuberculinum. And we find in the female sphere indurated cervix, and induration of cervix, meaning it is a cancerous tendency. There is a induration, and induration is leading to lack of oxygen, and lack of oxygen is leading eventually to cancer, to cervix cancer. So aurum muriaticum natronatum is an important remedy in the cure of cervix cancer. So the patient comes with a pap smear 3, pap smear 3A, 3B. This is an indication for aurum muriaticum natronatum. We go into this somewhat deeper from the philosophical and practical point of view. Palpitation of young girls, coldness in the abdomen, chronic metritis, and prolapses. So prolapses, where we think of sepia or lachesis or ruta, prolapses after giving birth, and in elderly ladies where the lineament of the small pelvic is stretched and there's a prolapse. One of the major remedies is ruta. Uterus fills up the whole pelvis, which is so a myoma situation, uterus enlarged, which is provoked by hormones. Hormonal disturbance is mostly estrogen. Ulceration of the neck of the womb and the vagina. So this ulceration is a syphilitic tendency, syphilitic carcinogenic tendency. Leukorrhea with spasmodic contraction of vagina, ovaries indurated. Always when there is ulceration and induration, meaning chronic inflammation, chronic inflammations produce a lot of lactic acid, and lactic acid is responsible for reducing the oxygen in the tissue, and lack of oxygen is a precancerous state. So chronic induration and ulceration is a precancerous state. It can very easily deteriorate and develop towards a cancerous situation. So we have ovarian dropsy, and subinvolution and ossified uterus. So we see the uterus is in all its aspects touched and influenced, and second and third trituration, so lower potencies is on an organic level. So we go to the first, ovaries. Intercurrent remedy primarily is carbo animalis. Hormonal situation. It stimulates the endocrine level. It stimulates the energy. It's an anti-carcinogenic remedy also for stomach cancer and colon cancer. Carbo animalis is a very important remedy. The second remedy here, nosode, would be carcinosin, and with the risk of syphilinum, but also tuberculonic. No, and medorinum. So we will come across that. So medorinum, tuberculum can be indicated. The first would be carcinosin, the second would be syphilinum, the third would be possibly tuya. We see medorinum. We see tuya here as an acute of medorinum. In the constitutional level, it could point towards sepia or lachesis, but very often we prescribe aurum muriaticum natronatum. It's a main remedy for to start with, and then in a low potency, so you could also use it as a tissue salt. So tissue salt number 25. and subsequently also in LM1, best in drops as a drop. In the acute, in severe cases, which are quickly evolving, so in this plus, plus, plus situation, you could consider Tuya as a remedy to slow the activity down, to slow the quickness of the development down. Another remedy with tumors that are ovarian tumors or uterus tumors, which are slowly, less quickly developing, is conium maculatum, conium. Conium can be given in 1 or 2, and Thuya you should give in 3 or 4, somewhat higher, because in Thuya it is you have the idea to slow down the activity. Thuya is psychotic, and meaning if you prescribe Thuya, Thuya is slowing down. Thuya slows down activity down. This is what we very often come across in the Banerjee protocols, where in quickly developing tumors, Thuya is given in a 200C, for instance, once a week in order to slow down the activity of tumor growth. So this is the area where we find us in the constitutional level. So sepia and lachesis keep in stock. Start with aurum muriaticum natronatum. Sometimes you also have the possibility of Scrophularia nodosa, and sometimes nitric acid. But for now, most certainly not. A new influence here is the hormone that makes everything grow is estrogen. So estrogen dominance is reduced by estrogen in Q4 and higher, given twice a day. So there are different aspects here. As long as the patient is in her fertile years, so up to menopause, before menopause, as long as the menses is regular or irregular, as long as he menstruates and has problems with polyps, with endometriosis. I will write a few. Endometriosis, myoma, meaning fibroids, cancer, PMS, polycystic ovarian syndrome, PCOS, all these kind of mastitis, all these symptoms indicate that the estrogen level is heightened, or the patient is excessively sensitive to the estrogen level. Sometimes you see that the estrogen levels are relatively normal, but still the symptoms are there as if there's too much estrogen. This is an indication to give estrogen. In the fertile years, it's day 1 to day 14. So we prescribe estrogen, Q4, estrogen. One minute. Estrogen, Q4, twice a day. Day 1, so during the period, during menses. Day 1 until ovulation. So meaning day 14. 14th day. Q4, twice a day, 5 succussions, smelling, from day 1 onward to to day 14. Then take it out. So from one moment of the 14th day, second dose, last dose. Then for day 14 to day 28, carboanimalis instead. So this can be Q2, Q3, and so forth. So these are 2 stages, 1, 2. If you give this, if it like this, symptoms produced by endometriosis, myoma, PMS, PCOS, mastitis, and also cancer will be definitely reduced. So if we have a hormonal and a tumor which is sensitive to a hormonal influence, it's sensitive to estrogen. So estrogen sensitive tumor. The allopathic doctor prescribes, for instance, tamoxifen in order to neutralize, to make it impossible for the estrogen to influence the tumor, but still the levels are too high. If we prescribe homeopathically estrogen Q4, we give the impression to the ovaries and to the hypophysis that the estrogen level is too high and it will be reduced by nature. And due to the reduction of the estrogen production, endometriosis, myoma, PMS, PCOS, mastitis, etc. will be reduced. And for the future, it will prevent, it was a big prevention for cancer, for uterus cancer to develop and to evolve. So estrogen can be given in alternation with carboanimalis. So day 1, so Q4, day 1 to day 14. And in that respect, carboanimalis, day 15 to day 28. This is very effective in rebalancing the hormonal situation. But this, and then conium or thuja and aurum muriaticum natrinatum. Additionally, we can give a remedy like Artemisia annua. Artemisia annua. Zeg je? Yeah? Okay. I will, it's not, cannot be seen. I will write it again here. Maybe this will do better. Huh? Yeah. Okay. So hormonal problems. Hormonal. Estrogen dominance. It's carcinogenic. This is one of the major causes for the development of cancer, too much estrogen or a hypersensitivity to estrogen. We see many tumors which are sensitive to the input of estrogen, and so the estrogen level have to be neutralized by allopathic medicine. So we have first intercurrent remedy, carbo animalis. Until menopause. Carbo animalis, day 15 to day 28, carbo animalis Q2, twice a day. Estrogen, Q4, day 1 of the period until day 14, twice a day. Five succussions and olfaction. 5 succussions and olfaction. So this is one. Then we have to look at the family history and the history of the patient. But in case of cancer and cancerous tendency, there are two major problems. Two major nosodes being either carcinosin or syphilinum, or in some cases you give syphilinum twice a week and carcinosin on the other days, on the other 5 days. So carcinosin from Q4 and eventually possibly syphilinum, also Q4, better Q5. Twice a day, 5 succussions and olfaction. So it's not material. So it's prescribed on the tendency. It's prescribed of the dysfunctional situation. The same you can do with syphilinum, or in alternation, maybe based on the indication, in alternation with carcinosin. Then we got, on the other hand, aurum muriaticum natronatum, 6x tissue salt, 2 to 4 times a day, 3 tablets, sublingular, under your tongue. The same time, you can prescribe aurum muriaticum natronatum, LM1, Q1, twice a day, no succussions. We want a local effect, or only once a week, 3 to 5 succussions. In case of aurum muriaticum natronatum, you can also give here conium, and then Q2, twice a day, or 3 times a day, depending on the severity. 3 drops on a spoonful of water. Additionally, we have a mother tincture of Artemisia annua, mother tincture, 3 times a day, 20 to 30 drops, depending on the aggressiveness and the severity of the symptomatology, 30 drops a day, on a little bit of water, half a glass of water, on half a glass of water. Another option you have in the treatment of cancer, ovary cancer or uterus cancer, is dichloroacetate, DCA, DCA. So this is Artemisia annua is half an hour before every meal. In the Artemisia, it has to do with the artemisinin, which is the active ingredient. The artemisinin is combined with iron, so iron attracts the artemisinin, and if you use the Artemisia after eating, you are at risk that it's connected to the iron in the food, and it's best that it's immediately connected to the iron in the hemoglobin, which brings it to the tumor. And the tumor, in order to be able to multiply the cells, needs a lot of iron and attracts the iron, the hemoglobin from the blood, and also the artemisinin, which is connected to the iron, and so it kills itself. So it has a kind of chemotherapeutic effect. Artemisia annua is nowadays worldwide the #1 remedy in curing malaria, and so it has a broad aspect. Also, an important remedy for coronavirus. Also, it's an antiviral remedy and an anti-malaria remedy, and it's also known for its chemotherapeutic anti-cancer effect. It is said to be approximately 800% more effective than chemotherapy. So I don't know where they got the number from, but it's just an indication that it's a powerful remedy. The other one is dichloroacetate. You take 20 drops of dichloroacetate, 20 drops in half a glass of water, and 2 times a day, 2 to 400 milligrams vitamin B1, and also 2 to 4 times a day, 2 to 4 times a day, 4 to 6 cups of tea or coffee, cups of tea or coffee, which is activating the dichloroacetate. So normally I start with carboanimalis and estrogen, give carcinosin, aurum muriaticum natronatum, and the tablets of aurum muriaticum natronatum, and see what happens. So we still have possibilities at hand, or sometimes I prescribe then Conaim instead of aurum muriaticum natronatum 6x. So the Artemisia and the DCA I still have in stock, and I can prescribe it when I'm not satisfied with the result of it. And if I'm satisfied, I continue with this, and every 6 weeks, and in sometimes 6 to 8 weeks, raise the potencies. So the carboanimalis and the estrogen should be succussed, the carcinosin should be succussed, and the aurum muriaticum natronatum, being the remedy that has to act very locally, should not annoy, should not stimulate the vital force too much. So don't succuss, and only succuss when the patient is doing well, once a week, 2 or 3 times or so. So just that you activate the remedy with small steps. Conaim can be prescribed in the acute, and we got another very important remedy in the acute sphere is Tuya. And Tuya should be given in Q4 or 200C. And if you prescribe 200C, it's only once a week. And it's in the activity to slow down the activity of the tumor. Other aspects here is 2 remedies like apocinum, it's in the further developed state, apocinum, or apis, as Q potency Q3, Q4, this height, both Q3, Q4, in case of ascites. So if there is a lot of liquid in the abdomen, and we also think of arnica. And arnica should be given in Q3, it was somewhat lower, Q2, Q3 start with arnica. So this is a protocol. This would be step 1. The black parts should be step 1. Conium could, if you take conium is also step 1. Tuya, step 1 can be done once a week then, and the Artemisia annua dichloroacetate and apocinum apis eventually come later if necessary. So this is a brief introduction about how to proceed with hormonal imbalance situation, carcinogenic situation in patients. Menopausal complaints, meaning acceleration of heart, irregular menses, flooding, blood loss, bleeding, blood loss, perspiration, restless legs, sleeplessness, mood swings. So this is menopausal symptomatology where we would prescribe lacosis, sepia, pulsatilla, nux vomica, etc. The hormonal aspect is estrogen. So it's estrogen symptomatology. Sepia, pulsatilla, nux vomica, lacosis, simissifuga, all in their action have an influence on the estrogen levels. So the hormone in the background is estrogen. If we can calm the estrogen level down, if this is too much, it's a balance between estrogen and progesterone is imbalanced, we can rebalance it by prescribing estrogen. So we start with estrogen Q4, and then twice a day, 28 days a month, and we can give twice a week, once or twice a week. Carboanimalis. So it is in place 1 as an intercurrent remedy. The first remedy, Carboanimalis, would also be the first remedy. The second would be the nosode. Very often in the psychotic or psoric or syphilitic weight. So it could be psorinum, could be medorinum, could be syphilinum, could be any nosode. Based on the constitutional level, we could make a distinction between sepia, lachesis, cimicifuga, etc. So, etc. In the acute, plus. One of the major remedies here would be nux vomica. You can read this in the organ of in the chronic diseases, where Hahnemann already, as soon as 1828, says the annoyance of the nervous system by the hormones is so impressive, so dominant, that it is a hindrance. It's reducing the efficacy of the antipsoric remedies. It's dissimilar. If there are so many complaints, then there's no calmness, no relaxation in which the antipsoric remedy can do its work on a mild and permanent matter. So we have to reduce the excess of the situation. And we'll see. Maybe we have that still present. One moment. Almost. Intercurrent. Just one moment. The intercurrent remedies. See it here. See. Let's see, 1828. But in case the menses previously have been premature, too profuse, or too long-lasting, so estrogen problems, it's often necessary to give on this fourth day a small dose of nux vomica, one pellet, very small pellet, moistened with a high dynamization to be smelled, and then on the fourth or sixth day following the antipsoric. So you give nux vomica and then 4 days later the antipsoric. 1828. But if the female is very sensitive and nervous, provoked very often by estrogen, she ought, until she becomes near her full restoration, to smell such a pellet once about every time 72 hours after the beginning of her menses, notwithstanding her continued antipsoric treatment. So you continue the antipsoric treatment, and in the time frame of the menses, you prescribe nux vomica. You continue with the antipsoric treatment. So in such a morbid state, and this is where the dynamic aspect of homeopathic treatment is very nicely written down, in such a morbid state of the menses, nothing can be done in the cure of chronic diseases without the intermediate use of nux vomica. Morbid state of the menses, nothing can be done in chronic diseases. So there's no result to expect if you don't give nux vomica in between, which here specially reduces to order the disharmony arising in functions of the nerves from so disorderly a flow of the menses. It's not the flow of the menses, it's the hormonal situation in the background that causes the disorderly flow. The disorderly flow is a pointing towards the hormonal disbalance. And nux vomica is containing strychnine and creates a relaxation. So the disorderly flow of the menses, and so quiets this excessive sensitiveness and irritability, PMS situation, which put an insurmountable obstacle in the way of the curative action of the antipsoric remedies. So this excessive sensitiveness puts an insurmountable obstacle in the way of the curative action of antipsoric remedies. So if you cannot calm down this hormonal imbalanced situation, there's so much excessive sensitiveness, and this excessive sensitiveness is unsurmountable obstacle, is an unsurmountable obstacle for the action of the mineral constitutional antipsoric remedies. So if you can, I hope you grab the idea now that estrogen does exactly the same. Estrogen is a hormonal situation in the background which causes a lot of trouble if it's too much, if the balance situation between estrogen and progesterone is disturbed. You get PMS, you get PCOS, endometriosis, myoma, cervical cancer, ulceration of cervix, mastopathia, anything can happen based on this excessive production of estrogen. To reduce this amount of estrogen, we have to give the organism the impression that there is too much. It is used to this amount of estrogen, and we can cover this too much with an artificial impulse and create a kind of physical awareness. There is too much estrogen, and then the production is reduced as a reaction by the impulse of estrogen. Oh my God, too much, reduce the amount. And you see the mastopathia and the mens is becoming regular, the blood loss is less, flushes of heat. Did I mention here flushes of heat? So flushes of heat can be dramatically reduced by estrogen, and you still have the possibility to prescribe the fitting nosode, being it medorinum or cifilinum. You still have the opportunity to prescribe tuya as an acute remedy for the bleeding, or China as an acute remedy, loss of vital fluids, China. And eventually the constitutional remedy, which works deeper as an antisoric. Two animal remedies which act also, these are the exceptions. Normally the constitutional remedies are the mineral remedies. Hahnemann mentioned already sepia as an exception, and sepia and lachesis are so closely related to the endocrine system of the female that you should consider it as almost being a constitutional remedy, exceptions. So later on, in case of sepia, we find very often natrium muriaticum as a complementary remedy. So, and here comes, for instance, tuberculinum also as a complementary remedy to natrium muriaticum, just to give you the idea. So it's estrogen is a remedy for nowadays. We have poisoned our women in our society with years and years of synthetic hormonal abuse, and well, this is the price to pay. So a chronic disturbance of the endocrine system. And if you have used the pill over a longer period of time, or if you as a child were born out of a mother who had used the pill over decades, then you suffer from the consequences thereof. And we can stimulate a new balance, a new equilibrium by prescribing estrogen from Q4 onward. I had a lady who had a blood loss 24 days every month, with heavy blood loss and bleeding and weakness, and she didn't want to use synthetic hormones, so I gave her sepia and carboanimalis and medorinum and thuya, etc. But when I gave her medorinum or estrogen, after estrogen, the blood loss was reduced, and she went slowly into her menopausal years, and we are, I think, 3 years later now, and she never had problems. Have had problems after that. As I stopped the estrogen too early, so she started with 3 or 4, and when I stopped it at Q8, then that was about the time when the blood loss was gone already, and we stopped continuing it. The blood bleeding came back. She had a enlarged uterus. Eventually she took estrogen until as high as Q14, and every problem was gone. I had a younger girl of 18 with severest dysmenorrhea ever since the menarche. So she first menses was at 13, 5 years long, nux vomica, chamomilla, staphylococcus aureus, carbodimalis, carcinosin, all kinds of remedies that magnesium phosphoricum that palliated her symptoms, did not really cure it. And after the first dose of estrogen, it got better, and in time it was totally gone after 5 years of trouble with the menopausal, with her menstrual period. So it's logical you rebalance the estrogen and hormonal progesterone levels, and as soon as this is restored, this equilibrium is restored, you can take the estrogen out and continue if there are questions left or complaints left with carbonimalis fitting nosode and the constitutional remedy based on the constitutional symptoms. So we see that therefore estrogen is a very important remedy, a new remedy which is, in my opinion, not widely used yet, although it's very often indicated there where we are dissatisfied with the result of those remedies which we expect to change the constitution of the woman, in which, as a result, the complaints should have disappeared. And when I started my homeopathic practice 40 years ago, it was no problem. We gave nux vomica, we gave sepia, lacasis, and it was very effective. And but this efficacy, it's less effective. Let's say like that. It's less effective because the chronic intake of hormones disturbs the hormonal balance. There's a question, obviously. Do I prescribe progesterone? Hardly ever. Hardly ever. Primarily, the first to 14th day of the cycle is the estrogen stage, and the only exception to think about progesterone is if during the menopause, when estrogen fails. When estrogen fails, I could consider to prescribe progesterone. It's rather seldom. So, and then it is estrogen, progesterone. Should be given from Q1 onward, and then twice a day. So we want to stimulate the progesterone so that it can be balanced with the estrogen. That's rather seldom. Mostly it's very effective if we prescribe estrogen. We just give the impression to one side of the balance, and the vital force rebalances with the other side. We come across the testicle problems. So in case of testicle problems, is it also possible to give testosterone it's also an option to give testosterone. Primarily in testicle problems, we have conime, we have subalcellulator, we have also aurum metallicum, and carcinosin and syphilinum and medorinum. We'll come across that later. So conium maculatum, we talked about. Uterus, it's the same remedies. Aurum muriaticum natronatum is a very important remedy in case of uterus problem. Just a moment. Trauma. Aurum muriaticum natronatum is tumor, cancer, and ulceration. Let's make it bigger. Here. Vellus perennis is trauma. So after forceps, after labor, when the uterus has been scraped, curettage is called, with a curette, I think, when some veils in the uterus when the uterus is not completely cleansed after labor, this is an indication for vellus perennis. Fraxinus americana, Helonia sabina, blood loss, a lot of blood loss. Estilago, we will go to a few remedies in order to see what the miasmatic background is. So, vellus perennis. It acts upon the muscular fibers of the blood vessels, much muscular soreness, lameness as sprained, venous congestion due to mechanical causes. So, first remedy in injuries to deeper tissue after major surgical work, surgical in the genital sphere. It's kind of similar to Staphysagria here. Results of injuries to nerves with soreness and intolerance after gout, meaning tuberculonic, debility of limbs, traumatism of the pelvic organs, autotraumatism, expressed condition of calling for this remedy. Ill effects from masturbation, we have Staphysagria here, also medorinum, syphilinum, excellent remedy for sprains and bruises, complaints due to cold or drink when the body is heated, external exudation, stasis, swelling come within this range of this remedy, rheumatic symptoms. So it's a tuberculonic after gout, debility of limbs, rheumatic symptoms, does not vitiate the secretion, is a principal remedy for old laborers, especially gardeners, according to Burnett. Then we got in the female sphere, breasts and uterus engorged, varicose veins in pregnancy, during pregnancy unable to walk, abdominal muscles lame, and the uterus feels sore as if squeezed, and after surgical operation in the uterus where we think of Staphysagria. So vellus perennis and Staphysagria might look alike. Okay, we see compare again here Staphysagria with the blood loss, hamamelis, arsenicum, arnica. So third tincture to the third potency. So better not too high, although if you start with Q1, you can raise the potency as much as is necessary. Bovista. Bovista lycoperon has a marked effect on the skin, producing eczema, eruptions like eczema. You think of psorinum and you think of tuberculinum in this respect. Predisposing to hemorrhages, adapted to stammering children, stramonium, for instance, old maids with palpitation, stages of numbness and tingling, multiple neuritis. It's an indication, this inflammation of nerves is an indication for carcinosin. So this nerve inflammation is ranunculus bulbosus, herpes zoster, herpes simplex, rus toxicodendron, urtica urens in the acute, carcinosin in the background, or even syphilitic. So inflammation of nerves is also an indication, a symptom that occurs when in Lyme disease, borreliosis. So then we got Fraximus americana, Fraximus americana. Okay. It's important just to look and read and realize what you read. Enlargement of the uterus, we think of estrogen, we think of thuja, we think of medurinum. Fibroid growth, we think of thuja. Subinvolution and prolapse, we think of Bellis perennis, arnica, ruta, prolapse. Uterine tumors, aurum muriaticum natronatum, carcinosin, conium. Bearing down sensation, fever, sores on lips, cramps in the feet, and infantile eczema. So medurinum, tuberculinum in the up front, and we see gout, rheumatism as symptoms that might occur also with Fraximus americana, and which confirm the tuberculonic background. Then we got Helonias, one of the remedies for diabetes. We will see Helonias. Sensation of weakness and dragging weight in the sacrum and pelvis, prostration, excessive weakness shows itself with all profound melancholia, syphilitic, tuberculonic. Patient must be doing something to engage his mind. Menses are often suppressed and the kidneys congested, so kidney problems is an indication for tuberculinum. Is a major remedy for kidney problems, sometimes with cyst in the kidney. We also find medurinum and thuja, but the major remedy is tuberculinum. Remember, for women, prolapse from atony. So this atony situation is indication for ruta as an acute remedy. I've seen prolapse symptoms disappear with ruta in elderly women, even also prolapse in women over 70, and that made it much milder and much less problematic. Then we have diabetes mellitus and diabetes insipidus. In this situation, diabetes mellitus, I prescribe Helonias very often. So patient is better when kept busy. So this hyperactivity is an indication for tuberculinum, which is very helpful here. So Helonias we had, and then we got Sabina, which is an important remedy for uterus problems. Sabina has a special action on the uterus, also upon the serous and fibrous membranes. Hence, it is used in gout. In gout, we see blood loss and tuberculonic background. Pain from the sacrum to the pubis. So for 20 years, we had pelvic instability in the Netherlands. Was a kind of acute flare-up of instability of pelvic. It very much bone pains, and this was one of the indications for tuberculinum and syphilinum and mercury, and also Sabina. Hemorrhages, where blood is fluid and clots together. So here we could think of Hamamelis and also Botrops lanceolatus. So Sabina. female. Menses is profuse, bright. Uterine pains extend into the thighs, which we know from sepia, threatened miscarriage, which is in the early parts of pregnancy, week 1 to week 12, it is very syphilitic. So after the 12th week, it's more soric, and it's more the problem of the mother. And until the 12th week of pregnancy, it has to do with the development of the fetus, and something's wrong with the fetus, and it's not agreeable with life, and therefore miscarriage occurs. And this procedure is a syphilitic procedure. And after the 12th week, when everything is already present in its beginning, so the infant just has to grow, and during the pregnancy, and if something went wrong then, so the mother has premature labor pains, etc., this is a motherly problem. Before the 12th week, it is definitely a problem which has to do with the child. So be careful to give citrullinum and mercury and sulfur, because nature knows best. So if nature says I want to produce a miscarriage, don't interfere too much with homeopathic remedies. Treat the patient after the miscarriage, treat it before becoming pregnant, so that the first 12 weeks have a healthy development, and eventually you will have a healthy child then. So discharge of blood between the periods, retained placenta, which is a very dangerous situation, retained placenta with bleeding. I once had a patient who had been manual placenta retraction, so they destroyed a major vessel, and she bled always almost to death. She had 28 also 14 liters of blood transferred to her, because she lost so much blood. And after 9 months, she came totally exhausted and weakened, and she didn't recover from this. So I gave her carbo animalis, and I gave her china, illness from loss of blood, and arnica and ferrum phosphoricum to build up her blood. And she did beautiful on that. She totally recovered. And it was already 9 months after her labor. So metrorrhagia in women who aborted readily is a syphilitic tendency. So there is definitely a syphilitic background also, and a tuberculonic. Pain from sacrum to pubis, okay, atony of uterus. And we see the skin, thick warts, intolerable itching and burning, exuberant granulation, which is thuja and nitric acid, warts. And then if the patient shows these symptoms, you can use Sabina, but you most definitely have to look in the history of the patient and in the family history of the patient. If you find confirmation for psychotic, for gonorrhea, and then the patient is in need of medorinum as a nosode. And if you give medorinum and then subsequently thuja, my approach is then, in such a situation, first prescribe hipasulfur, and hipasulfur in Q2, medorinum in Q4. On the other hand, thuja in Q3, hipasulfurus twice a day, medorinum twice a day, thuja as acute 2 to 4 times a day. And if everything is calmed down, then you give nitric acid instead of thuja, and then in Q1 or Q2. This is instead of thuja. You see, this is a psychotic procedure. hypersulfuris is raising immunity and making midorhinum react beautifully. On the other hand, we find tuya to reduce the overstimulation and as an important remedy for warts and polyps, etc. And then we subsequently give nitric acid as a constitutional remedy, and then it can go towards later to argentum nitricum, for instance, or silica, which are both also psychotic remedies. You see, and then we are in the psoric lane. Silica would mean psoric lane. It's a basic concept. How do we reach where we want to, how do we end where we want to be? So we want to reach to the constitutional, mineral, antipsoric remedy. So we first have to neutralize the more superficial miasmatic burdens. So here, Tlapsa busa pastoris is a very important traumatic remedy. Ustilago, we'll go to Ustilago. Is een vraag, ja, Ustilago. There's one question. Okay. May I ask a few questions about the duration of treatment with hormones and the concept in general? Do we have to use this kind of remedies over a long period in general? No. As soon as the patient is ameliorated by it, you can try to go back to the original mineral or animal or plant remedies. So it's just to a way like an intercurrent remedy or a nosode. As soon as the patient shows that there is a possibility of becoming independent again, then you can take out the hormone. This is like the example I gave with one of the patients of mine, which I gave estrogen and gave it until Q8, LM8, and her complaints were gone. I took it out and see whether she could do without estrogen. This, however, was after a few weeks not the case, so I prescribed estrogen again in a higher potency, and we continued it until Q14, so six other potencies until 14, and then we took it out and it is no problem anymore. So do we have to take it a longer period of time? It depends on the reactive power of the patient. Mostly it is so up to 3 to 10, 4 to 10. So yeah, until Q14. Do we have to use it over a longer period of time? You told the lady took it up to 14. 1.5 months per potency, so 15 months. Now she was the lower potency, she went through in 3-4 weeks. So then she took it twice, and then it didn't work anymore, and she had to the higher potency. So I think it was approximately 7, 8, 9 months or so. Now it's a little bit longer, 8 to 12 months, not 15 months at least. Do we discuss the hormone remedies like an acute remedy between acute and chronic, or do we discuss hormones like a chronic state? It's like a remedy for chronic states. Do we have also correlations between hormones and the antipsoric mineral remedies? Thanks a lot for answering. So mostly in the beginning of the acute problems, if there is a flooding, blood loss, and it's acute, then I can start with estrogen 3 or 4 times a day, as soon as if other remedies do not act well. So we could give arnica or Bellis perennis or China or whatever acute remedy. If this is acting insufficiently, then I can give estrogen a few, 3 or 4 times a day, and look at the moment in time. If the patient is in her menopausal years, then it's of less interesting, less importance. But during the fertile years, so until her 50s, if the menses should be regular and she has a excessive loss of blood, then it's important to see as soon as the blood loss is reduced, that we prescribe the estrogen on the second spot. So I gave carbonimalis, then estrogen, instead of the Nosode, and give the estrogen twice a day, and I can then continue with an acute remedy. So carbonimalis, estrogen, and an acute. And as soon as the acute situation is come down and there's no more blood loss, we can take estrogen out, or and put the Nosode instead, or give in the fertile years, the first day to the 14th day, twice a day estrogen, and then 25 to 28th, 15th day to 28th day, the carbonimalis. Is the estrogen protocol also applicable in cases of acne? In cases of acne, you have to look for the bacterial component. It can be, if it's due to the hormonal changes, you can give day 1 to day 14 the estrogen, and it will reduce the estrogen dominance. But very often we see also that there is a bacterial involvement, and if you have acne leaving marks, leaving scars, so like a moon surface shaped face, you see all kind of scar tissue occurring after the acne. This is a syphilitic tendency. You think of syphilinum as a nosode, and the bacteria involved in such cases very often Staphylococcus aureus. In that case, you can prescribe staphylococcinum, and rosacea is such a remedy, such a problem also with acne and hormonal influence. You can prescribe estrogen, but look for day 1 to 14 and then carbonimalis, and you can make a differentiation between streptococcinum and staphylococcinum. So, and depending on the symptomatology, the indicated nosode. It's sometimes difficult to determine the nosode on the actual symptoms of the patient. So you have no confirmation sometimes for what nosode whatsoever. So then you first look down in the personal history. What earlier diseases or acute diseases or epidemic disease or whatever diseases did the patient suffer from? Or what traumas did the patient suffer from? How was the life from birth, or even how was the pregnancy or his pregnancy, and the development during life until the moment of the consultation? What were the major disease crises? And if nothing occurs there, no symptoms are active there or can be shown there, it becomes very important what the family tendencies are, what diseases show themselves in the family. And if you look at that, you very often see also the same taints in your in the patient who is sitting opposite you. Then you can prescribe the nosode, and the nosode will support the reaction to the indicated homeopathic remedy tremendously. Don't be afraid to, sometimes multiple nosodes are indicated. The only nosode to be careful with is psorinum. Psorinum is a nosode which can create huge aggravations because of the antipsoric effect. The syphilitic nosode or the tuberculonic nosode or the psychotic nosode copy the quick developing chronic disease and is slowing down as a reaction the activity of the vital force. So they are less prone to produce aggravations. It's better, it's only in Sorinum, which is copying the Sora, and Sora is slowing down, and as a result, there is an increasing activity, and this increasing activity can cause aggravations. Therefore, Thuya is an important remedy to neutralize or to prohibit aggravations from occurring and canalize a reaction of Sorinum. So always when I give Sorinum, I am aware of the risk of aggravation, and I take care that the patient also has Thuya either prescribed or in stock. And this was already done by Bunninghausen, which was Hahnemann's dearest student, and Burnett. They both did it like that. When they gave Sorinum, they also administered Thuya in order to canalize the excessive reaction that might occur based on the prescription of Sorinum. So this is the way to proceed. We are taking care of the restoration of the equilibrium, a healthy equilibrium in our patients. And this is what we do with the nosodes and the intercurrent remedies and the acute remedies. So it's a pity we have only 2 days. I could continue with the organ remedies and their background, and we could talk a week about that, and so give you a lot insight in how this dynamic works, and with a lot of examples in patients. It's a pity that the time isn't there. So we have Stylagomides. We were Stylago. Crusta lactea. Crusta lactea is an indication for viola tricolor, buxelinum, so it's very tuberculonic. Very depressed. Depressed is also an indication for tuberculonic. Stylago in Banerjee protocol is a major remedy for hair loss. So Stylago is indicated for autoimmune disease. So we have tuberculinum and syphilinum in the background. Stylagomides, autoimmune disease, think of syphilinum. Very depressed, syphilinum, tuberculinum, aching in eyeballs, menorrhagia at climaxis. Menorrhagia at climaxis, here we got the estrogen, and of course we see lachesis, and lachesis is a temporary remedy, and in deep we could prescribe calcarea carbonica. So in this picture here, we see, we could also say lachesis, and then eventually from lachesis to calcarea carbonica. This is what we see with Stylagomides as a comparison. Yes. Skin alopecia. So alopecia we see in Banerjee protocols, it's a major remedy for alopecia areata. Skin, dry eczema, copper-colored spots, which is definitely a syphilitic capability, copper-colored spots, pruritus, psoriasis, which is tuberculonic. So we see a tuberculonic syphilitic tendency. The relations is cicale. Cicale is a remedy for bleeding and very syphilitic remedy in the background. Okay. Okay, see. Okay. We have to hurry a little bit. So let's take 15 minutes break, and then we start with the testes and the brain, and then if there is time left, we cover bowel nosodes also and give them their spot, their place in homeopathic treatment. So 15 minutes and we see each other again. So let's start again. Last part. A few organs to go. First the testicles. All the symptoms that arise in the urogenital area. Think of the nosodes that are in concordance with that. So think of medarhinum and syphilinum, and we find it also in the remedies that we see in the sheet over the testicles. Let's see. We see aurum muriaticum metallicum. Aurum metallicum is a syphilitic remedy. Aurum foliaticum is a syphilitic remedy. Conium maculatum is a syphilitic carcinogenic remedy. And Phytolacca decandra is a syphilitic remedy, as we saw before. So, carbo animalis in case of the testis, syphilinum, a very important remedy, sometimes with carcinosin, and then aurum metallicum in case of, for instance, testicle tumors. I have cured patients with testicle tumors, which is a quickly developing severe aggressive disease, of most in young males, so between their 20th and 45th year. Carbonimalis Q1, syphilinum Q5, carcinosin eventually from Q4 onward, and aurum metallicum Q1, and also in 6X. And subsequently also Artemisia annua, or eventually dichloroacetate. So this is has shown to be very effective and to support the development with children, with young boys who are dwarfishness and that have slow, delayed development. You could use aurum foliatum instead of Marita carbonicum and syphilinum, etc. So, the brain. There are a few remedies for the brain. One is ginkgo biloba, which is a very important remedy to support the blood flow to the brain. Another important remedy for the brain is ruta graveolens, all kind of brain tumors, being it the astrocytoma, the meningioma, or the multiforme, glioblastoma multiforme is a very important remedy for brain tumors. I will write a little protocol in case of a brain tumor. Brain tumor. Most of my cancer patients are patients suffering from a brain tumor. I have treated patients with brain tumors for about the last 20 years, I think. Carbo-veg and carbo-animalis are the major intercurrent remedies. And then we got carcinosin subsequently as a nosode. And the primary remedy that we always give is ruta graveolens, according to the Banerjee protocol, is 6-Thi, and that accompanied by calcarea phosphorica. 6x, so tissue salt. Ruta, twice a day, 5 drops in a bit of water, spoonful water. Ruta, 2 times a day, 3 tablets. Casinosin, Q4, twice a day. Olfaction, 5 succussions. Carbo animalis or carbo veg, one of those two mostly, twice a day. 5 succussions. And then DCA, important, 2 times a day, 20 drops. 2 times 200 milligram vitamin B1, and 2 times a day, 2 to 4 cups of tea or coffee. It doesn't interfere with the homeopathic treatment. The Q potencies do their work excellently. You don't have to be afraid of a neutralizing effect because of the coffee or the tea. So this is, and every 8 weeks, sometimes when the potencies get a little higher, it's in after 3 months. I've patients who have been where the prognosis with a glioblastoma multiforme stage 4, a prognosis from 4 months, have been treated homeopathically and are still alive and kicking and very sportive and very healthy after 11, 12 years after starting of their treatment. So it's very effective protocol, very effective procedure. Later on, you could continue with, for instance, phosphorus or any constitutional remedy, and then in Q1, when the patient is on is doing well. So very much experience and effective treatment in the treatment of severe pathology. Constitutionally, you have to look at the constitutional symptoms. So we look for the individual symptoms of the patient and prescribe on the characteristics, just the way we learn it during our homeopathic education. But first, we have to deal with the tumor. First, we have to deal with the disease, for the deadly disease, which is in allopathic medicine, normally a prognosis from, for instance, 18 months or so. So it's we can do much better than that. I think if I would make an estimation, I think 80% of the brain tumor patients are doing excellent, year after year. So no crisis due to the cancer whatsoever. The Ruta 6 I give twice a day. So twice a day, 5 drops in a spoonful of water, and succus once a week. I have 100 milliliter, so a little bottle, 100 milliliter, with a pipette, and put in 10 globules of Ruta 6. Succus 12 times before the first dose to wake up the potency, to activate. 12 succussions before first dose, and then subsequently only once a week later. only once a week, 2, 3 succussions. So you can see if the patient has approximately 90 or 80 milliliter and you only take 5 drops twice a day, it lasts for 3 to 4 months, this little bottle. And then sometimes I make a combination remedy with ruta and symphytum. Ruta sometimes, and sometimes meaning when I'm not satisfied with the result. When dissatisfied, patient goes to hospital. We see a colorization at the margins, so it's supposed the tumor is active. Then you put ruta 6 and add symphytum LM1. So then I make a combination. Symphytum is also a remedy that is very active and very working on the pineal gland, on the connective tissue in the brain. The brain tumor always arises from the connective tissue, never from the nerve cells, always the connective tissue. So we need a remedy that influences the connective tissue. This is ruta and also symphytum. And symphytum, it's not the remedy to start with, only when I'm not, as I said, satisfied with the result, then I have an opportunity to subsequently give symphytum also. And if I'm not satisfied and the patient got already DCA, we also have Artemisia annua as a mother tincture, and we have petroselinum, petroselinum, which is an angiostatic, as an angiostatic. So hindering the growth of the blood vessels, which is important. And the more blood, the more vessels, the harder, the quicker the tumor can grow. So it's an angiostatic. So this is a little impression how to proceed in case of a brain tumor. Then we have ginkgo biloba. It's for it's in vascular dementia. So syphilinum and ginkgo biloba plus syphilinum in Alzheimer's disease. But also here, because dichloroacetate is transferred through the blood-brain barrier and is activating the mitochondria. So DCA is also very helpful in this Alzheimer history. So because it's so small a molecule and it's acting on the mitochondria, stimulating the metabolism, and in case of Alzheimer, there's an atrophy or dystrophy of the brain. It is degenerative, and this degeneration is neutralized. This tendency is hindered or cured or neutralized by syphilinum, and then subsequently you can activate the blood transport and the activation of the brain cells by dichloroacetate and ginkgo biloba. I've seen beautiful results with that for as many as 10, 12 years. So a delay that were in a patient, one patient, which was very obvious. There was an Alzheimer, the brain, the distance between brain and skull was enlarged, so the brain was getting smaller. And after 2 years of treatment, the brain was again in its original situation. So the
there was the space between the enlarged space between the skull and the brain had disappeared. It was a normal anatomical situation after 2 years of treatment. And this was, I think, 10, 12 years ago. So in the meantime, this man is 68 or 60, no, 86 or 89. So he's becoming an old man, but he's still not suffering from severe dementia. Alzheimer's patients have a survival rate of 3 to 5 years. So, nevertheless, this man has lived his life a much longer time. Okay, let's go to a few bowel nosodes. Bowel nosodes, Bach Patterson. Bach was the man who was into homeopathy, found it a little bit too difficult, and developed eventually the Bach flower remedies. And in his time with Patterson in the laboratory, he developed a few nosodes, which all were deprived from the human stool, from the human intestinal canal, and though they have a closer relationship to our metabolism and to our digestive situation. And digestion, the intestinal canal, is from very big importance for our health. So these are biographical nosodes. They belong to the biographical sphere. Do we take them on a daily basis? Not really on a daily basis, but several times a week at least. But a few are very important, others are less important. So we will go through them and see also the miasms in the background, which you have to take into consideration in order to get the best results, so to speak. So Morgan Pure, that's the first. The central theme is congestion and headache, worse hot weather and thunderstorm, where we might think of remedies like glonoinum or belladonna. Ailments from sun, high blood pressure with dizziness. It's also an indication for belladonna, glonoinum, crataegus, and a remedy like adrenaline and cortisol. If the patient suffers from stress, ongoing stress, burnout, so the adrenal glands have failed to work again, and there's a total exhaustion, then there is a lack of cortisol after an exhaustion of the cortisol producing capabilities. Then in that case we need cortisolum as a homeopathic remedy to prescribe it in a high potency in order to reduce the ACTH level, so the communication between the hypophysis and the adrenal gland, give the impression that the cortisol is too high, the HCTH drops down, and the demand on the adrenal gland is lowered, and there is a relaxation and the blood pressure comes down. It's a beautiful acting remedy, sometimes with stress, combined with adrenaline. If you want to see a video which gives us an impression about the cortisol and the adrenaline, look at the video from Dr. Robert Sapolsky, Why Zebras Don't Get Ulcers. It's a beautiful, gives you an impression about the influence of cortisol and adrenaline. Why zebras don't get ulcers, Robert Sapolsky. This gives us a clear indication that human beings cannot calm down anymore. We worry, we have a lot of thoughts, there's no rest, no relaxation, and this is at the same time creating a high blood pressure and we are in need of nux vomica, we are in need of several remedies to calm down, and when they do not act, we have opportunity for cortisol or adrenaline. Varicose veins, which is often a liver problem, we came across that with aloe socotrina and scirinum, etc. So remedies, chelidonium, uh, Cadus marianus, remedies that affect the liver. The liver is the blood transport through the liver is at a speed of 40 centimeters per second, so it's very quickly through the liver. And if this is slowed down with just 1 centimeter, we get like a dam in the liver, and we get a raise of blood pressure in the portal system, and we develop varicose veins. And the allopathic doctor, takes out the varicose veins, but the liver problem, which causes these varicose veins, is untreated. And so the varicose veins return. We have to strip them again or treat them with a laser or whatever. And so eventually you develop problems with the vascularization of the lower limbs, because the problem of the liver dysfunctioning is not cured. So varicose veins, fear of death alone, which worse alone but shuns company. Depression with suicidal tendency. Here we see the syphilitic component, and the syphilitic component makes the high blood pressure also very dangerous. If patients have a suicidal tendency and there is a syphilitic tendency in the family, and they have a high blood pressure and heart problems, they might drop dead very suddenly. This is what we nowadays see with the coronavirus situation. There's a video online or a documentary online, died suddenly. This is an expression of an acute flare up of an autoimmune disease, which we homeopaths would call syphilis, syphilitic, quickly destructive, dead. So this is a syphilitic state. That's why every patient suffering from corona, complications after coronavirus infection, every patient who has had the jab, which has been inoculated with a tendency to immune disease, autoimmune disease, should take cifolinum on a weekly basis in order to prohibit from severe aggravations or severe disease crisis from occurring. So we see it, the death toll is rising over and over again. Every month, every week, we see the death toll rising in the Netherlands, all over Europe, and most certainly also in America, etc. So die young is a syphilitic tendency. If you die young because of the jab against corona, the mRNA, the autoimmune disease arising after an mRNA inoculation, we homeopaths can neutralize this with cifolinum and arsenicum. So, as a matter of fact, as I mentioned before, we have never lost one patient in the last 3 years doing that. Engorgement of the liver, jaundice and heartburn. Here we see the remedies we spoke about, Cardus marianus, chelidonium, burning pains in the stomach, bile attacks with headache, better vomiting, gallbladder inflammation, and we give in gallbladder inflammation, one remedy that stands out is Dioscorea villosa. And Dioscorea villosa has a typical symptom of bending back during the gallbladder inflammation. We also can have cholesynthesis or bryonia with pressure and bending double, etc. But with Dioscorea villosa as a keynote, we see the stretching. Gallstones, constipation, and hemorrhoids. So constipation, kidney stones, Barbary. Kidney stones is an indication for tuberculinum. Tuberculinum is also berberis, and berberis is also with berberin, containing berberin, and is an important remedy for the liver condition, Barrett syndrome. Barrett syndrome is heartburn and irritation, inflammation of the esophagus, which eventually might turn out to become carcinogenic. So here we see Robinia pseudoacacia, Condurango, Morgan pure, cancer, carcinosin, which arsenicum, which are important remedies, carboveg, in order to prevent cancer from occurring. I will see them here. Condurango, rheum, hernia diaphragmatics, pancreatitis, iris vesicular, and also spongia esculus, with hemorrhoids, esculus and Hammermales and Ignacia with hemorrhoids, nasal and bronchial congestion. You see here an indication for sulfur or sometimes hepatosulfur and tuberculinum, and skin complaints with dryness, itching, irritation, and redness, and heat, as with eczema, psoriasis, and acne. So we see sulfur. Although be aware that sulfur can create huge aggravation, so better carboveg, carbovegetabilis, and so tuberculinum, also with skin eruptions. At menopause, we find carboanimalis, asthma, bronchitis, constipation, chronic engorgement in the joints. Chronic engorgement in the joints is an indication for tuberculinum. It's a rheumatic complaint, water in the joints, engorgement in the joints, an inflammatory condition, weakness of the kidney, connective tissue problems. You look at the patient's history, there has been tuberculosis in the family, the patient suffering from a scoliosis or a lordosis, there is arthritic glands, arthrosis. This is a tuberculonic picture. The patient is on his way or her way to develop osteoporosis or osteopenia, which is a connective tissue disease, and the major nosode here is tuberculinum. You could alternate it in cases of severe constipation with Morgan Pure. Morgan Pure is particularly indicated for skin disorders and liver disorders. So if the liver is dysfunctional, the body is polluted, and you are prone to develop skin eruptions. So if the liver is functioning better, the skin eruption can be subdued, can come to rest. Headache with a liver background, so or gallstones. So we see here Cardus marianus, again Cardus marianus, Chelidonium, sometimes pulsatilla, which is also a very important remedy for the liver. And we got Diascorea villosa, which is also phytoestrogen containing herb. Before I knew the estrogen, the influence of estrogen in cases of severe menopausal complaints, I prescribed Diascorea villosa, the wild gem, as a mother tincture, as a herb, to calm down these menopausal complaints. It does not cure the tendency. The tendency is cured by estrogen. But not knowing of estrogen and seeing that sepia and medorinum and carbonimalis and pulsatilla and lex vomica and laxasis were insufficient in their result, I looked for a herb, for a mother tincture, in order to calm down the acute situation, the acute symptomatology. And then I found the wild yam, and so I've given wild yam for several years until estrogen, and now I don't prescribe wild gem anymore because estrogen is doing a better job. So we see relations: sulfur, alumina, which is a deep-acting anti-psoriatic remedy, chronic complaints, destroying of nerve tissue, but in the long run. And in the long run, complaints that develop slowly should be determined as being of psoriatic origin. So we see skin eruption, liver complaints, skin eruption suppressed over and over again, neurological problems. This is an indication for alumina. So sometimes also epileptic and convulsions can occur after the suppression of skin eruptions. So in epileptic insults, epileptic convulsions, we see also secreta virosa or bufo, or but after or plumbum or alumina, these are the slowest developing diseases. Plumbum is although still quite slow, more syphilitic and more quick inside the slowness. Barita carbonicum development problems, so slow in their development. Calcarea carbonica looks in some cases a lot like carbonicum, Barita carbonicum, and are constitutional remedies. So these are constitutional remedies. Constitutional. Alumina is not a constitutional remedy. It's unhealthy, it's a heavy metal in our body. So we should use sulfur as an intercurrent remedy or HEPA sulfur to get the alumina intoxication out. You could use a higher potency of aluminium, so like 200C, or you could use a tincture, mother tincture made of equisetum arvense and urtica urens combined to bind. It contains a lot of silica, and silica is connected to the alumina so that it can be expelled from the body. Calcarea sulfurica, which is an indicated constitutional remedy with inflammatory conditions, deeper. Digitalis, heart remedy. We see that with the high blood pressure and heart problems. Ferrum, and then we see medorinum with the high blood pressure, calming down. Graphitis, constitutional. Sometimes graphitis is like mesoreum or calcarea carbonica. The typical graphitis situation is eruptions and cracks and bends of joints. So we see patients with skin eruption behind their ears and cracks at the lower lobe of the ear and cracks in the bends of joints of the hands, and with a thick, crusty appearance, sometimes with oozing yellow fluid like plasma fluid under the crust. It's a deep-acting antipsoric remedy. Very often I prescribe, if I come across such a patient, also mesoreum as an acute, and then graphitis as a constitutional remedy. So it could be carboveg as an intercurrent remedy, and then in this respect, tuberculinum as a nosode, and graphitis as a constitutional remedy, and mesoreum as an acute. The same remedies are very important in the treatment of psoriasis. Psoriasis is in the acute situation. Mesoreum is very often with mercury also, but mesoreum very often an important acute remedy for psoriasis, but at least under protection under tuberculinum. The worst thing you could produce is rheumatoid arthritis psoriatica. So if the psoriasis is suppressed, and this can not be done if you prescribe tuberculinum also and medorinum under the umbrella of tuberculinum, then mesoreum cannot suppress and graphitis cannot suppress either. So, but if you suppress the skin eruption and it is connected to the joints, then you have rheumatoid arthritis psoriatica, which makes the trouble a lot bigger. So be careful. Kali carbonicum, it's primarily lung problems. Hahnemann's important remedy for lung problems. Magnesium carbonicum, natrium carbonicum. Natrium carbonicum is an important remedy for the acute for exposure to sun. If you get problems by too much sunlight, so it's an mistake. Sunburn, not a sunburn, but a shock after sun. Sorinum you see in sunstroke, exactly, sunstroke. So natrium carbonicum is sunstroke, a constitutional remedy after sunstroke. The acute would be belladonna or chlornoinum, very important remedies here. Petroleum is like mesoreum and graphitis with all kind of skin eruptions. Sorinum, see the basic sora, sepia, the hormonal component, and then we got tuberculinum. So tuberculinum and sorinum are closely related, and in this respect, if we see constipation, continuous troubles with the colon, with the liver, with varices, with blood pressure, etc., then you could consider to prescribe Morgan Pure. And many times, mostly, I prescribe Morgan Pure, 200C twice a week, instead of on second place, instead of tuberculinum or medorinum. So I have the opportunity to prescribe sulfur or carboveg, and then on the other hand, acute remedy like, for instance, mesoreum or nux vomica or whatever, acute. So Morgan, the bowel nosodes I very often prescribe as a sensible potency only once or twice a week. It's supportive as a biographical nosode. It's not a deeply constitutional problem. It's not inherited. It is acquired during life. We already prescribe remedies that have a definite influence on the intestinal canal also. So carbo animalis, carboveg, sulfur, all have their specific action on the intestinal canal. And yet, if there is insufficient response, I have the opportunity in cases of severe skin eruptions, and this is important in severe skin eruptions where there is no definite biliration. So I've prescribed carboveg, I've prescribed tuberculinum bovinum and mesoreum. So medorinum is not a remedy for skin eruptions. Tuberculinum is a remedy for skin eruptions. So tuberculinum 5 times a week or 6 times a week, 6 days a week, and then once or twice a week we can prescribe Morgan Pure also in a 200C. It might look a little bit like too much, maybe too much, but remember, Hahnemann worked already like that in 1838. You can look it up in your on the internet and look for the technical part of homeopathy. On the technical part of homeopathy, it's just after the foreword in the chronic diseases 1838, where he, in this chapter of the technical part of homeopathy, he tells us that he has increased the frequency of remedy intake a lot by its former days. So on a daily basis, he prescribed the remedies, which is quite opposite to the Kantian homeopathy, where we use sensible potencies and give one dose and wait for 3 or 4 months. Nowadays, we would not expect after 3 months that these one dose or split dose will still act in those cases where maybe an inherited tendency or life circumstances are destroying the reaction to this particular potency. And remember, Hahnemann did it already for 200 years. So uh, we find our justification in the prescription of Hahnemann, and we will see when we do work like that, that our results will get better. We will become an ever better homeopath, and we understand the disease dynamics more and more, and see that we have a broader perspective than only just look for the ultimate similimum, only the one remedy that will cure the entire patient. It's impossible. We have different disease tendencies, so we need different remedies. And also in these relationships, we see the in-depth pathology in the background. Psorinum, tuberculinum, medarinum. We see the constitutional remedies like Barita carbonicum, Kali carbonicum, graphitis, etc. And we see also the acute remedies like digitalis, and Ferrum is sometimes also an acute remedy. Morgan Gärtner. Okay. Subtype of Morgan pure, liver disorders and acute conditions, so as cholestatis. Here again, in case of cholestatis, we could think of the remedies I mentioned before: Colucintis, Dioscorea villosa, Bryonia, sometimes Rustox, etc. Acute gallbladder inflammation. You can look at the repertory and see. Let's make that inflammation. Inflammation. Inflammation, gallbladder, we see as an acute remedy, we see belladonna, Crotalus horridus, we see pyrogen. In chronic gallbladder, it's all not so very much outspoken. Belladonna, berberis. So if we look at a repertory, we look at a rubric, and we see acute gallbladder inflammation, please don't prescribe a mineral remedy. Start with a plant remedy, which we can prescribe on keynote. So belladonna, berberis, bryonia, bufo, cadus marianus, chelidonium, china, colucintis, crotalus horridus, etc. So there are but a few remedies to think of, and connected to that, we have the possibility of Morgan Gärtner. Liver disorders, acute conditions such as cholestatis, acute gallbladder inflammation, kidney stones with colic attack. So kidney stones with colic attack, and then gallbladder inflammation. This combination is berberis, which is very active in the gallbladder, in the liver, and also kidney stones. Abundant urine production, which we see is a tuberculonic background. Skin, scaly, dry cracks, mouth and ears. Tendency to diarrhea with bloated abdomen and flatulence, which makes us think of China. And all complaints are accompanied by irritation, angina pectoris with palpitation, which makes us think of midorinum, eventually syphiline, possibly syphilinum, depending on the history of the patient. We see better by burping or farting, arthritic and rheumatic diathesis. So again, tuberculinum. So we find berberis and tuberculinum, and if we look at the relations, we see again tuberculinum is connected to Morgan Gärtner as well as to Morgan pure. So gallbladder, kidney being a gland, gallbladder being an extension of the liver, being also to the glandular system, carbo animalis would be an excellent remedy in this respect. We produce all every human produces 1.5 liter of gall substance a day. So it's a continuous flow of gall from the liver to our intestines. And if there is too much concentration, so the gall is stored up, then eventually you could produce gallstones, which is an indication, for instance, for a remedy like phosphorus, carboanimalis, tuberculinum bovinum. As we see, you can give Morgan Gärtner 200C twice a week. So, of course, you can prescribe Morgan Gärtner also in a Q potency or an M potency and start with Q3, for instance. But I prefer to prescribe tuberculinum bovinum based on the symptomatology to neutralize the inheritance. And because of the biography, which is based on this inheritance, I can every now and then give a dose of Morgan Gärtner as an impulse to neutralize the actual situation, and in the meanwhile continue with the neutralizing the inherited tendency. So, and then on the other hand, we have because of the because of the acute gallbladder inflammation and the kidney stone colic, you could give berberis as a Q3 or 4 and give it as often as necessary, so 2 to 6 times a day. So this is the acute plus. We try to reduce the speed. This is the block, so we need to get our patient on the move, and then subsequently we could prescribe a constitutional remedy. Let's say what we see here, for instance, lycopodium. Lycopodium is an important liver remedy, like aloisocotrina, carbovec, lycopodium all have their influence on the liver. So, but lycopodium is an exception, is a plant remedy, but according to Hahnemann, an exception to the rule, as it is a very old plant. During the dinosaurs, it was 30, 40 meters when the dinosaurs walked the earth, and nowadays it's 30, 40 centimeters. So, but it's an ancient plant and therefore considered to be almost a constitutional remedy. So, lycopodium, we could start then with Q1 or Q2. LM1, LM2. So Chelidonium, liver. Helleborus niger on the emotional mental sphere. Hypersulfurous intercurrent. Lacasis as a constitutional remedy. Mercury, acute miasmatic. Sulfur, intercurrent. Sanguinaria, acute remedy. Taraxacum, also kidney, bladder, and liver. So you see, if we prescribe, for instance here, taraxacum, also in Q3, and we have prescribed carboanimalis 1, tuberculinum 4, taraxacum 3 or berberis, and no amelioration takes place, or no continuous amelioration, there is a tendency to relapse over and over again. Then we have an indication for Morgan Gärtner. So these remedies are very valuable. It's not a remedy where you immediately would start with, or you should have somebody who had a gluten intolerance or lactose intolerance. Then you are very much focused on the intestinal canal, but otherwise the Morgan, the bowel nosodes normally come into scope when the patient has been in homeopathic treatment for a period of time, and there's an overall amelioration, and only the intestinal problems are relapsing or provide a difficulty, or after initial amelioration and skin eruption, then there is a relapse, and the same remedies are not helpful anymore, do not solve the problem. Then we could use the bowel nosode. Morgan Gärtner, Morgan Pure. I very often prescribe Morgan Pure. I very often prescribe Gärtner. Morgan Gärtner somewhat less frequent. Proteus. Sudden onset of symptoms. Primary action is on the central and peripheral nervous system. So here we got an indication for syphilinum. So the central nervous system is very much attacked. Brainstorm, sudden severe disturbance of the nervous system, which is an indication for syphilinum once again. Outburst of anger and aggression, worse and contradiction. So syphilinum and staphysagria. Stubborn and stressed. Epileptic seizures with convulsions. So the action, so we could say nux vomica or cortisol or adrenaline. So this aggression is adrenaline, and this sudden outburst would call for adrenaline. Disorders involving numbness in the peripheral nervous system, there we see as a constitutional remedy possibly phosphorus. Phosphorus is a very syphilitic remedy, so in the acute we could prescribe staphysagria, go to phosphorus, syphilinum, and in the background we have possibly hypasulfuris, for instance. We see intermittent caudation, so cecale, conutum cecale is an important remedy for the blood flow through the legs and is a syphilitic remedy. So syphilinum. Eventually, the tissue gets destructed based on the loss of blood loss. We see Raynaud's disease, Meniere's disease, which is tuberculonic, and China. So the periodicity in Meniere's disease is very typical for China. There's a sudden noise in the ear and a dizziness, and it comes by attack, and this attack is an indication for this recurrence is an indication for tuberculinum and China. Capillary spasm, so angioneurotic edema, capillary spasm, adrenaline. This is a spasmodic situation. Stomach ulcers due to constant stress. So we have here nux vomica, staphysagria, arsenicum, and adrenaline as an acute hormonal situation. Herpes, shingles is an indication for carcinosin, as we saw before. Kidney and urinary tract infections, tuberculinum. Neurological tension and overload, war traumas, syphilinum. So we see in the relationship there is no nosode mentioned. Cuprum metallicum is a very convulsive medicine. Natrium muriaticum is a little bit too silent. Acidum muriaticum has this exhaustion. Ammonium muriaticum is the heart problems. We see aurum muriaticum, also the heart, but it's syphilitic. Apis is a tuberculonic remedy. Barita muriaticum is a psoric remedy. Borax, conium is a carcinogenic remedy. We see Calcarea muriata, ferrum muriaticum. Ignatia is a psoric syphilitic remedy. Both aurum is a complementary remedy to Ignatia, and Natrium muriaticum is a complementary remedy to Ignatia. So Ignatia, Natrium muriaticum, psorinum, or carcinosin, severe upbringing. Ignatia, carcinosin, Natrium muriaticum, relationship between mother and daughter, severely damaged, feeling of worthlessness. Natrium muriaticum in the acute situation, Ignatia, and the natrium muriaticum picture develops because of the repeated ignatia circumstances. So we find carbo animalis as an emotional balancing situation, a remedy, intercurrent remedy for the hormonal system, carcinosin for the complaints after domination, narcissism, feeling of worthlessness, nato muriaticum, silent grief, internal grief, uh, pent-up grief, ignatia, all these biographical circumstances with negative influences, and then creating a nato muriaticum picture. The other kind of nato from ignatia is complementary aura metallicum, complementary to ignatia. The deeper disturbance in that case is syphilinum. So Ignatia, something happened. It's my fault. It's my mistake. I'm responsible. Life makes no sense to me anymore. Oh, how bad. I can never make it up again, and I commit suicide. So this is syphilinum ignatia is a dangerous combination because they have a sudden flare-up of emotions and can uh, kill themselves as an impulse by impulse. So Ignatia Sifrinum is a difficult situation, very often occurs in puberty. The puber girl or boy has no capability of looking over their own problems and can kill themselves by impulse. I sadly experienced this once in my practice. So Cicale is again, as I mentioned, syphilitic. So again, Proteus quickly developing like psychotic, like syphilitic explosion. Like if this occurs, if the patient over and over again comes across this kind of situations, and please read the chronic diseases of Hahnemann. If the surroundings of the patient cannot be calmed down, if he has not so much wisdom to neutralize, to see all these negative elements as relative, and it's like with Nux vomica, when the neurological system is so under stress, there's no capability, there's no possibility that a deep acting mineral remedy can create a curative response. So we need an acute remedy then to calm down the patient, bring him back to the normal soric lane so that we can prescribe a deep acting constitutional remedy. So you see this excess in patients, as we see here, we don't come across in practice that much, at least not in the Netherlands. Patients are, as a rule, some not so excessive. So Proteus is less often indicated and less often prescribed as Morgan Pure or Morgan Gärtner. So mutable, we see here nosode that mutates, indication alternating symptoms, skin asthma, where we think of tuberculinum, where we think of apis, where we think of arsenicum, relation positella ferrum phosphoricum, which is an anti-inflammatory situation. Kali phosphoricum is exhaustion. You would expect Kali phos also in Proteus. It's as a complementary remedy in Proteus. It's the overstimulated situation. Let's see, Bacillus. Keynote, general tiredness and exhaustion, mental and physical. So exhaustion, mental and physical, makes us think of remedies like Rustox or picric acid or phosphoric acid sometimes, etc. Early senility. So we talked about that. So this is syphilitic. We need carbo-veg for the transport of oxygen. You could use DCA. You could prescribe Barita carbonicum as a remedy for senility. Lack of peristaltis in the intestines. So there is a slowing down of the intestinal canal, so intercurrent remedies, sulfur, sometimes carbo-veg, heartburn, we see condurango, we see Robinia pseudoacacia, we see Nux vomica, belly swollen and windy, which is an indication for carbo-veg, also aloe socotrina, also lycopodium, little urine production, so we see berberis, tuberculinum, etc. Asthma, catarrh of the bronchi, tuberculinum, and little urine production, low blood pressure, slow pulse, muscle weak, back pain and weakness, which is an indication for tuberculinum, and also silica, libido lowered. So we see iodine, which is tuberculonic, arsenicum iodatum is tuberculonic, calcium iodatum is tuberculonic because of the iodine component, ferrum iodatum is tuberculonic, and natrium iodatum is tuberculonic. So the major nosode in the background based on the iodine complementary remedies and based on the weakness of muscles and the back pain and the bronchi and the little urine production is tuberculinum. So if we look at the relationship, you always, if you read your Burke, you can see the characteristics and you look at the relationships. And when you look at the characteristics and the chapter, for instance, in particulars where your patient is suffering from, let's say, the menstrual period problems or lung problems or stomach problems, and you look at the characteristics there, then you get an impression what nosode is indicated. And very often a nosode is either not there or it's also mentioned. And then you look at the history of the patient, its inheritance, and you see there is a tuberculonic tendency in the family. I can see that in the history of the patient with skin eruption and asthmatic bronchial problems and thyroid problems, and the actual problem is this, and so we see tuberculinum is in the background, so we can give carbo-veg or sulfur, tuberculinum, and the acute remedy for the actual problems. So it's another understanding about how pathology develops. We look at the etiology and we prescribe based on the etiology our specific remedies. Then the one that I very often prescribe also is Gärtner. Gärtner is a case of malnutrition. So this is with the intestines, with the gluten intolerance and the lactose intolerance. So malnutrition, especially in children, sliming but mentally active. So we think of tuberculinum. Thumb sucking and nail biting, which is an indication for Staph aureus, sometimes also carcinosin. Looking pale, thin, and lack of stamina, where we think of tuberculinum and also of carcinosin as a nosode. Anxious and hypersensitive to external influences, carcinosin. Also tuberculinum, also Dux vomica, also Coffea cruda. So there are more remedies. Food poisonings and sensitivities. China, food poisoning. Arsenicum, food poisoning. Chronic gastroenteritis, celiac disease, colitis, and so on. So we find here syphilinum, carcinosin, tuberculinum, sulfur, hypersulfur, colitis, gastroenteritis, colitis, morbus Crohn, Crohn's disease, sensitive to dairy products and gluten. So lactose intolerance, meaning intolerance to fat also, liver. So we see tuberculinum and we see carcinosin, ketosis and cancer, roundworms, which is an indication for schirinum and teucrium, and natrium phosphoricum tissue salt. Diarrhea and constipation may alternate, which is also an indication for China. Headache due to acidification, So it's also natrium phosphoricum. And worse, because of antibiotics, kidney stones, tuberculinum, berberis also in the liver, colic and cholera. Cholera is also Baptisia tinctoria, arsenicum, China. So we see the acute symptomatology, the very strong indication for tuberculinum and carcinosin. Both are not mentioned here. So carcinosin, tuberculinum and carcinosin are important nosodes to consider based on the allergic component to gluten intolerance, intolerance to fat, and intolerance to dairy products. So if we have that, and the tuberculinum or carcinosin, which we prescribe based on the family history and based on the biography and based on the actual symptoms, and it doesn't work, we have an indication for Gärtner. I think it's one of the beautiful bowel nosodes to neutralize this gluten intolerance and this lactose intolerance. So we see phosphorus as an immediate complementary remedy to both carcinosin and tuberculinum. Calcarea fluorata is the fluor component is a syphilitic component, which we come across also, colitis, etc. Calcarea phosphorica as a complementary remedy to tuberculinum. Kali phosphorica as exhaustion due to emotional stress, indication for carcinosin, very natrium phosphoricum, also complementary to carcinosin, and schirinum. And teucrium is one of the remedies also. Triticum vulgaris, Phytolacca is a syphilitic remedy, and we see syphilinum is mentioned here. So if we look at the syphilitic component, we see Calcarea phosphorica. This is as mercury fibers is also an important syphilitic nosode. So if we keep an open mind and look in our patient also for a syphilitic tendency, that would have to be confirmed by mercury and by the actual symptomatology of our patient. So Gärtner is a remedy which I frequently prescribe in 200C and then twice a week, in alternation with a fitting nosode, alternation with the nosode on inheritance, nosode on inheritance. And we would here expect carbo animalis or carbo vegetabilis to be the first indicated intercurrent remedy, because the intestines are attacked, but also sulfur would do a good trick if we do it like that. So just the biographical nosodes we can prescribe, but only Gärtner makes no sense. Only an intercurrent remedy makes no sense. Only a nosode on inheritance makes no sense, will eventually not cure the patient. Only an acute remedy will make no sense. It will palliate. Only a constitutional remedy, a middle remedy, cannot cure our patient when disease active elements are still blocking the way. So we have a concept which is according to, equals the life principle, equals the life processes. We have inheritance, we have a biography, we have a constitution, we have the actual symptomatology, which can be acute or acute asthmatic or epidemic. And we have to take these things in consideration and prescribe according to this, accordingly. So it's a little bit more complex than just one remedy, but you see, if you know where to look, if you know the right interpretation, and it makes homeopathy at least more clear. I hope I transfer this message to you, that you will be. It's a other way of thinking and another way of approaching our patient, and go from a two-dimensional picture to a three-dimensional picture and see where the disease comes from, and pull the right string in order to free the patient from his or her pathology, and eventually be able to cure the patient. Then we got one more. This is disco, anticipation anxiety. So there's much anxiety and anticipation, nervous turmoil and tension, which makes us think of carcinosin, sometimes of syphilinum, sometimes of medorinum. We got the nosode of the heart, nervous tension, hypersensitive to criticism, which is taphysagria, nux vomica, etc. Restless in company and by anticipation, which is always in a hurry, which is argentum nitricum, and sometimes medorinum or tuberculinum also. Nervous tics in the face is syphilitic, and an important remedy here is tarantula. So Tarantula hispanica, claustrophobic panic attacks. We see the argentum nitricum back, headache from arousal, crown and above the eyes, which can do many remedies, but also belladonna. Temporary blindness, stuttering and blushing, ignatia, so the temporary blindness, meaning hysterical blindness, almost. Pyloric spasm from tension, which is the indication for nux vomica, with it vomiting with a bow, so little infants, little babies. Nux vomica is the primary remedy, sometimes chamomilla, but and nux vomica in alternation or preceded by carbofetch. Constipation, nux vomica, bloated stomach and cramps, duodenal ulcers with nervous tension around stomach and heart. Heart rhythm may be disturbed, palpitation, tachycardia. We see also the adrenaline component, also aconite, so excess. Postnatal depression, which is also an indication for estrogen, sepia, heartburn and belching, nux vomica also, mercury also. So we see arsenicum album, the restlessness, anacardium, both are very syphilitic. Argentum nitricum, psychotic, medorinum in the background, cadmium metallicum, syphilitic and carcinogenic. Calmia latifolia, tuberculonic, with the rheumatic problems and the heart problems. Veratrum album, syphilitic, and Veratrum viride also a very syphilitic remedy. So you see, you can give and so if you are not satisfied, this is the indication. You treat the patient with the inherited nosode intercurrent acute, and if you are not satisfied with the result, and there are intestinal problems in the past, then the bowel nosodes are indicated to neutralize this aspect. So psychotical irritability. Psychotical, again, irritability and nervous irritation, afraid of the dark, so arsenicum, aconite, etc., opium, alone, loneliness, tics in the face, which ask for stramonium, twitching of the eyelids. The aggravation night is also indication for syphilinum, irritation of the meninges, syphilinum, mercury, syphilinum, and mercury. Chronic subacute meningitis, think about syphilinum again. Chronic catarrh, sinus catarrh causes headache, bronchial, throat and nose, persistent chronic headache, so like belladonna or picric acid. Profuse night sweats of the head, irritation of the mucous membranes, chronic irritation of the gastrointestinal tract, carbofetch, arsenicum, and psychotical gastroenteritis, diarrhea, inflammatory bowel syndrome, food irritable bowel syndrome, where we think of nux vomica, sudden urgency in the morning on waking up, anemia, pallor, rheumatoid fibrositis, which is tuberculonic and also carcinogenic, bladder eczema, herpes, warts, so it's carcinogenic and medurinum, psychotic, irritation of the urinary tract, cystitis, pielitis, urethritis, meaning tuberculinum. So it's very tuberculonic, restless feet in bed, leukorrhea, left ovary pain during menstruation. So we see acidum nitricum, psychotic, antimonium tartaricum, tuberculonic, baxillinum, tuberculonic, calcarea psoric, ferrum metallicum is also tuberculonic, can be multiple, with the inflammatory condition, can be multiple miasmatic. Natrium sulfuricum is primarily tuberculonic remedy, whereas cold and wet weather, Rustox primarily tuberculonic, and Tuya primarily psychotic. So you see, psychotical can be indicated in multiple patients where we have prescribed hypersulfuris, medurinum, and, for instance, a berberis or hypersulfuris, tuberculinum, and Rustox, etc. And if you are not sufficiently satisfied with the result, then you can suggest, I would suggest to choose a biographical nosode and prescribe it accordingly, once a week, twice a week. So the last one is fecalis. There are no indications for fecalis other than direct affinity with sepia, so we could have carbo animalis, fecalis, sepia, but the indications are very thin. There is no further indication for fecalis. So it's a little bit past 4. We covered a lot of materia medica, and I hope I have succeeded in giving you a little insight in how to get away from only one remedy and look for the remedy that will cure the patient towards the situation, which is the way Hahnemann and Burnett worked. I explained it also by the text of Burnett, so that you can see where does the patient come from. We treat the tendencies, the miasmatic tendencies, the inherited tendencies in the background. We treat the acute situation, and when the situation is settled down, you can prescribe a constitutional remedy. If there is a hormonal imbalance caused by long duration of intake of artificial hormones, you can neutralize that. If there is an intestinal problem with the digestion, you have the possibility to use a bowel nosode. These are biographical nosodes. We saw the pathogenic bacteria like streptococcinum and staphylococcinum and meningococcinum have run through. You will come across these patients in your practice, and as a matter of fact, they are very often incurable if you don't pull the right string. So sometimes it's very easy to go back in the history of the patient. The patient says, I had a meningitis and I've never been well since. Then it's interesting, was it a viral meningitis or was it a bacterial meningitis? And you give the subsequent, this particular remedy that fits the original disease, supported by an intercurrent remedy, secured by the indicated nosode based on the inheritance, and you will see there where you did not achieve results, you will if you work like that. This is what I wish you, I wish all my colleagues in homeopathy these kind of results, and so that homeopathy may be the leading healing art in the future, I enjoyed homeopathy very much during my decades-long work with homeopathy. It's a fantastic healing system. So I hope you come and join me in this conquering the world and healing the individual sick and sick people and the individual sick patient. Through healing the individual sick patient, heal mankind. So I invite you all to this effort. Thank you for listening. Thank you for watching. Hope to see you again. Bye.